You're so cute. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. doesn't have no backpack on. Okay.
Says first like you're welcome.
Hello, Sora. What's going on? Seems not working.
Says we don't need wholesome, we need borderline toes.
Not really sure what that means. Not really sure what you're trying to get out with that one.
Says DOS, not toes.
Okay. Not really sure what that was about. Okay, let's get something done out of this. First thing, let's erase this part. Let's fix this side of the head. That part is really getting on my nerves. Okay, so we're going to have it like this. It's always that damn line that's always get you, huh? Okay, first thing, the face is flat. Okay, this thing is not working anymore. This thing is flat.
Says hi each.
Hey, Clay, what's going on?
Says teach.
What's going on? Oh, I forgot about...
Says good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Says I've had the Poke song stuck in my head.
Oh, what? Oh, wait. I think I know what you're referring to. The Pokemon song.
Says at Chloe Collins, hi Chloe. Says hi.
Trying to get this right.
Says
You know
it
what,
bright for
Bill?
close high.
I'm not doing this.
Says it bright for close high bry. Says it mini underscore JIVA and 88 hi Javon. Says at Chloe Collins hi. Says at mini underscore JIVA and 88 hi.
That's fine
Says I put the silly thing I did in the Discord chat.
Okay. Silly thing. Not sure what that means, but I'll check that later. Can't do it now. Stone.
Says bless you.
Okay.
With the Wells Fargo Active
Says, "Are
Cash
you
credit
okay?
card,
You
earn
sound
unlimited
sick."
2% cash back on purchases you want,
Ow.
like dance lessons,
Ow, ow, ow.
and on what you
I
need,
am
like
fine.
memory foam inserts. Ah, that's real life ready. Visit wellsfargo.com/activecash. Terms apply.
I am fine.
Says hi teach.
Hello. Do this into alignment.
Says, oh yes, I forgot to send that pose I sketched out.
Hi Teach, how are you?
Hello. Hey Mono, what's going on, bro? How goes it? Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. A better looking head it was before, I think.
Says sent it on Discord.
Okay, I'll check in a bit.
Says at unknown user for 5 hi Ari.
I'm just drawing gestures.
Says people in the Discord said I had to raise the leg up a bit, also hi Bri. Says I will just stay here. I can't type and watch on YT like I do here.
Okay, let me see what you're saying now. I fix that face.
Says at hi Mono. Says Mono, you scared me. Says at brighter close hi. Says at unknown user for 5 how lol.
Okay, this is what I got so far. I asked some people in the art help around Discord, and they said I have to raise the upper leg that's kicked up to raise it some more, show muscle.
Says at hi.
Look at mine real quick. Hold on. Look at mine. Let's see here.
Says at Chloe Collins hi. Says I think I goofed in the waist a bit.
Yes, you did. There's no curvature that is happening with your stomach. There's no curvature that's happening. You need curvature that's happening. See how it curves from the head down through the crotch? See how that works? Yours is kind of like... It's kind of like if it went like this and like this. Like the energy is coming out. Like yours is coming out like this. But the curvature is not coming through like this. It's supposed to come through like that. And I think you made the leg a little bit too long at the bottom.
Says so ... would I lower her shoulder down to match her waist?
No, if I was you, I would try to draw this negative space right here. This might solve your problem. Like this, if you try to get this triangle to work, if you can draw out this triangle. So if you want like 1, 2, or like that might help your situation, because like the gap where the here is too long. Yours is too long. And your breasts are being like, it's like the, I don't know what it is. It is the curvature. I'm looking at it. I don't know, it's weird. What am I looking at? Let me just zoom in. Okay, okay, so like I'm looking at yours, and it's like this right here. There's just too straight. There's no bump. Unlike mine, there's a bump. Yours have no bump. It's just kind of like straight on.
Says Teach, I heard that TikTok won't be banned for at least another 3 months.
It's actually 6.
Says cause I tried to draw those shoulder, but the chest overlapped it a bit.
Oh, and that's elongated too. So like the stomach is too elongated. They're both supposed to be like the same, not same, but like I would make this smaller and make this a bit more shorter.
Hello teach, I am back from my vacation in hell. Surprisingly not as hot as people say it is.
I see.
How are
Says
you?
6, yeah, but it probably won't get.
I'm doing my thing. You know. Just teaching. Hold on. But I hope you had a fun time. 4? Glad to hear that you had fun. Well, you said in hell, so I don't know if you actually had fun. Hold on. Okay. So yeah, I think the kinetic energy through yours is too stiff. You need to fix it 6 months. But I probably won't get it.
Says, is there any tips how to draw that triangle?
Yeah, it's not gonna get banned because like we already did a video yesterday on this. We already explained that Rumble wants to buy it, and then I heard that Elon Musk might buy it, and then there's other people who wants to buy it, so so given how powerful TikTok is and name brand alone and how long it's been around for a while now for the app it is, most people are gonna try to buy it. So I'm not too worried that if it gets it's not gonna get banned. Someone's going to buy it.
Says no, not Ellen. Probably going to rename it to your
Not
ass.
really. I would just like.
Says Elon asterisk.
I would just literally. Let me see. It's more on your perception on how things work. I would just literally just draw the triangle like this, connect it, and
Horror Hour lore. No, they made me finish up one of the 4 model designs for my VTuber model. I've unintentionally made her hot, but it's too late to back down now, lol.
Is that her? You mean a female version? Is there a reason for that?
Says they said I needed to show more muscle on the leg as well.
What they're saying, what I'm assuming that they're trying to say is that it's just too stiff. So you need more bumps, like how I have mine. See how mine is kind of wiggly?
Says a gotcha.
And honestly, ignore that part. Do not worry about muscle because you're not supposed to worry about definition. You worry about getting the kinetic energy correct. That's your goal, not trying to make it look defined so well. Because that's where a lot of beginners tend to fuck up here. They tend to worry about detail like muscles, like that's important right now. That's not important right now. The importance is getting that kinetic energy in. That's the important part of doing this exercise. I wouldn't worry about something like that too much. Now, if you want to make it look as decent and pretty, go ahead, but don't let that be your main focus, because that tends to destroy the focus of what you're currently trying to do.
Says, did I goof on the chest?
Yes, a little bit. Yeah, it's like they're fighting for dominance. What you have to do is make sure that they're both drooping. There's no reason for it, and I think you asked this question yesterday, but this is why when you look at mine and yours, the difference is you're making the breast move when there's no need to be. The breast is just drooping down. They shouldn't be wilding out the way they're looking there. Because the character is right in a pose that is already stable as it is. Well, kind of stable. I'll say asymmetrically stable, but stable
Says I was
nonetheless.
trying to get them into the same space, if that makes sense.
No. Because remember, this is overlapping. So what's happening is that when the breast is drooping like this, right, the other one will follow. Actually, the breast that's inside will be more
Our lore.
upwards.
Since the theme for the model is looking hot as hell, I am making both a female and male models so the public can choose which version they would like to see more.
Ain't that
Also,
more
I
money?
am Wayman that likes hot people, so there's that LUL of an 8 fire.
Okay. But like, ain't that more money though? Pretty sure that's more money, isn't it?
Says would the other chest be the same size or smaller?
No, they'll be the same size, but the only difference is that you have to learn how to overlap them. And remember, they're not rounded. They're not rounded the way you drew them. They're supposed to be like water droplets.
Says okay, that's where I goof, thanks.
Yeah, a lot of people draw them like water balls or something, like actual like circles. That's usually where their downfall comes from, when they draw breasts and they're the correct. There you go. Okay.
For our lore. I'm rendering and rigging it myself, so it's more taxing on the brain cells than my wallet, which is fine as my brain makes cells daily.
Oh, you're rigging yourself.
Says thank you.
No problem.
Says yes, 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 this is what I meant.
I understand. Ah, so you're rigging it yourself. It shouldn't take you too long to figure that part out. But I would say to anyone who's learning how to rig, you must learn that it's going to be more work. If you have, the more complicated the drawing may be, the more work you have to put in. So if your thing has a gimmick and it has a bunch of, like, I don't know, tentacles or, I don't know, objects and fucking shit, you gotta do a bunch of, you know, testing.
Says imagine trying to rig something that's 3D.
So like it's not that fun.
Says teach, can you check Insta?
It can be very taxing.
Says I have a problem.
Hold on. Can you help me with the chess? Actually, you're
For our lore. I do have tentacles, so I give myself 6 months because I am slow-brained. LUL Orange 188, not like this.
well. It's gonna be a schooling time within that, but you gotta be strong-willed. I know, because I had to go do it myself, and then when I realized I couldn't do it myself, given the time frame I gave myself, I had to pay someone else to do it. And that was a lot more easier to deal with than me doing it myself, but it would have been a lot more rewarding if I did it myself completely and just went through it. But I had a deadline, so I couldn't just outright do that. But I understand.
Says Omono is working on a gesture pose too.
But I only paid, I think, $200 for mine. So it's not that high anyway. So I didn't mind paying the $200, I think, or so. Was it $200? No, it was like $200, $150 or
For
something.
our lore. Also, the model has a lot of shiny parts on it, so that's my fault. I'm like a crow. I like shiny.
Yeah, that's something I would not go with. I would have went something more simple and see how your rig goes. I would always start simple first and then worry about that later. Now the issue that
Says
you're having
known
here,
user for 5, yeah, just when I understand it and get better at it, I get free exams.
the issue that you're having with here, Mono, is that first thing, the gesture is too too stiff, and then you made the lower half of the body somehow reach all the way to the upper half. So what you're supposed to do is break it into pieces like this.
Says
almost.
what do they mean by shiny parts?
Oh, they're talking about the assets and the, what is it, asset? What's they call it? What's the term they call it? Not mesh. It was something they call it. Textures? It's not textures. It was something else. I think some other term. God, they have different terms for it. But the assets that he drew or draw, I don't know if he's the one who drew it, but I'm pretty sure he did. The one that if he's the one to draw it, I'm pretty sure so it has a bunch of like tentacles or
Horror
objects
lore.
and stuff.
She wears gold, so that's the shiny part of the model.
Okay. Question, you drew it, right? The best way you should have drawn this was supposed to be first get this out of the way, right? The upper half was supposed to
Says
bend.
is this easy for you?
Yes. And then what you're supposed to do is put the shoulder upwards. It's like this. Right? As the other shoulder goes down, because remember, whenever one shoulder goes up, the other one usually goes down by natural movement, depending on what it is, but in this particular case, this character is holding something, so there's something she's lifting or pulling up that's gotta be more heavier, or whatever the case may be. So I'm going to put the arms like this, put the hands here for now. Now I think
Horror hour lore. Yes, which is what took so long to draw. She's an extension of myself and some of my preferences, so she had to be at least perfect in my mind. Thiven 8 bongo.
Okay, I hear you. What's her gimmick? What's the gimmick? What's the theme? Or his theme? Okay, let's see here. And then, remember, the love handles are pretty much the same. But when a character is turning, the love handle gets kind of taken away, but it's still the same length and height. So like if this is this like this, right? I would make
Says
this
love
smaller.
handles.
Yes, the love handles on women. Women love handles tend to protrude outwards as men goes more inward. So like this. Crotch area will curve like that. The leg like this, based on what we're seeing here. Now this is a little bit too longish, so we're gonna erase a little bit this, and then look at this love handle here and make sure that stays right there. So we're elongating this part a little bit. Right. Now we're going to curve this. Erase this part because it's going to be too distracting. Okay, clean that up. Now, I made a mistake here on the crotch area because it looks like the crotch is getting pretty, like, stretched out, which was not supposed to be part of the plan, so I'm going to curve this.
Horror hour lore. She's a half goat, half moth eldritch horror. The funny part is that she sucks at being evil and scary more often than she'd like to admit.
Okay.
Says so love handles should bend it.
No. What you need to do is make sure that the love handles are pretty much the same here. But what you
Says
did,
an asterisk.
because what you did here, you put the buttocks here, and then you made, well, actually, I ain't there. Actually, right about here. You connected this half right here when you were supposed to take this half where the buttocks is and make the love handles. Well,
Says, oh yeah, I see it now.
you know what I'm saying? That's where the problem came in. Put it here. Okay. Now, the crotch area is a little bit too widened, I think, in my opinion. Way I drew this. So I'm going to probably shorten it down. Now the problem with mine, it's not exaggerated hard enough, so I'm going to exaggerate it a little bit more by cleaning this up and pushing this way. Alright, and then remember when I draw it like this, I'm drawing more like a washboard type thing, like there's no breast on it yet. It's more of this contorting thing going on with the body, okay? Okay, and then now when I feel like I'm in a good spot where the, oops, that's not right, where the shoulder is, or where everything is, I will then start putting the breast about here, because the breast actually protrudes out, and since the breasts here are a little bit too small, they're not that big. If I have to guess, it's either between an A or a B cup or something like that. Let's see. Breast will be like this.
Says gravity.
Because
Says kind of a 3/4 view.
her upper chest is up, and her breasts are a lot smaller. It's gonna look like they're perked up to a certain extent, but because they're so small, they look like they're just like kind of just leaning up.
Says what anim hero is
Because
it?
if the breast was much bigger, so like let's just say the breast was a lot bigger.
Says Perky and Poited.
Yes, kind of like it's just a model I'm doing. It's not no character. Because let's just say if I were to draw the breasts a lot bigger,
Says they hobby heft.
they would be more. There would be more hanging down, like this. Because remember, breasts are like drooping water bottles, like water specs, or what's water bottles? Water balloons. So depending on how big the breast is, the more heavier it's going to be. So the more heavier and bigger the more bigger it looks, the more it's going to droop, and gravity's pulling it down. So that's when you draw, because people draw breasts insanely like circles like this, which is absolutely wrong. You're supposed to draw them like literally, like if you put like a board, like say if I took a board like this keyboard.
Says I see too many artists who draw water balloons like huge.
Yeah, like a
Says
like
you
a
no go.
and then I put a water balloon on my hand, it's going to droop over depending on how big it is. So you have to look at it in that sense. You can't look at it like it's going to just literally, and like it's some round thing. Like, yeah, it looks rounded, but it's not a round circle. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it is. But given that the breasts here are smaller, they're gonna look like they're perking out as the character's chest is poking up. So you have to make sense of the gravity. Now, it depends on when you draw what's the clothing they're on. So, like, if they're wearing like a...
Says Ops.
If they're not wearing like,
Says volume is another factor.
If the character's breasts are not...
Says wouldn't they be more together since they're small?
That depends.
Says I accidentally sent a call-up request.
That ultimately... That's fine. That's ultimately what is it? That depends on the outfit. So, like, if she's wearing, like, say she's wearing a bikini. The breasts might be more close up depending on what bikini she wears. That really depends on the bikini itself. The breasts are not going to be pressed up
Says
unless
most
they have
small
some...
ones I've seen, they are closer together depending on their size.
It depends on the size, but it also depends on, like, the outfit as well, too. Because even, like,
Says,
there's...
but what about the other one?
Oh, so, since, like I said, this is why I said that they're small, because the other one hardly protrudes out, because it's like this.
Says they will be hefty and drawn down unless the clothes are designed to lift.
So that's how it works. Now, I kind of noticed that I drew the torso a little bit too high, so I'm going to grab this upper half and pull it down a little bit like this, just to make up for the... like that. That, and
Says
then...
it looks much better now, thanks.
Yeah. Because, like, based on what I'm seeing here from yours is right here, so you have to not only just fix the back here.
Says it's like Teach is drawing a young girl that's not fully matured yet.
Like, you see, the problem with you draw, yours was a lot more, well, on the short stack, thick situation, but the issue that you're using based on your reference is that over here, the whole lower half
Says
is
why
just
women
up here.
slouch because of their chest, gravity, and pulling us forward and down. Says, yeah, I just drew another one.
Yeah, and the breast was too pressed up. And then you have to have the neck and everything else. The whole gesture was completely off. So, like, that was the issue here. And then you can draw probably everything else from that point once you get the gesture right. This is why I always teach you guys, don't worry about muscles or anything right now. Get the gesture, get the kinetic energy first. Worry about muscles and stuff later, because when you worry about anatomy when you're first starting, what's going to happen is you're going to be in a situation where you're trying to make everything perfect, and then when you do make things perfect, it's going to look robotic. The thing that you want to make sure when you're drawing your characters is that they have fluidity. This is why gesture drawing is gesture drawing, not called anatomy.
Says in art it's what looks good and draws attention.
Usually I would say I always put style over accuracy, because if something looks really cool or something feels right but it's not accurate, I would just leave it the fuck alone, because it's better to have something cool and interesting that people are going to want to see than something that is accurate and boring and people don't want to see that. No one gives a shit. Especially people who are usually not artists. They're just going to look at it for a few seconds depending on where you're posting this, and then just say, oh, that's great, and move the fuck on. Because most of them either can't draw, don't have the time, or not going to put the time to see the accuracy. Only people who draw will probably pull out the whole accuracy response. So you should always make sure to do that. But I'm not saying to throw out accuracy at all. I'm saying be as accurate as possible. You'll never be actually as accurate, but it's best to hit that accuracy as best as you can.
Says if what it looks like, not what Bitney's.
So, like, it's like that. Like, the lower half here is a little... Let's see here. I mean, not lower half, the crotch area needs to be a little more smaller. There we go.
Says, hey, Teach, with that one sketch I sent you, would I foreshorten her neck a little or no?
Foreshorten?
Says I sent you my fix.
Let's say 1 second.
Says shaping sculpture what draw people to look.
So yeah, something like that would be really important to learn. So I would always tell students first, learn the gesture, get the gesture right first, as in the kinetic energy, the overall feel and everything, and then you can worry about putting the accuracy after. Never put the accuracy first, because this is why I say in the 8 fundamentals I teach you guys, I don't put proportions first. I actually put at the far bottom, because if you start with proportions first, you may have an accurate drawing, but it's going to look boring and stiff.
Says one thing I say is this. What do you want to show, not what you're tuft?
So that's what it is. Oh, you're taught. Okay.
Says the way you taught how to draw that pose gave me a new perspective on how to draw it.
Yeah. So you gotta look at it as like the energy first. What is this energy conveying? Actually, quite frank, I think that made the head a little bit too big, and that's one of my biggest problems when I draw heads. Sometimes they look too big, but it looks a little too small. So we have to work that there, and then I have to fix this neck or the head because it's not looking really feminine-ish. It's really weird. So I'm gonna circle it down. Give it more a rounder look, more softer feel.
Says same here.
And then all that great stuff. So, always make sure to draw what looks good, what feels good, but yet be aware not to fall in the trap of lack of energy. Because when you have lack of energy in your sketches and you're going into the line art phase, what's going to happen is that and balance phase. This is why I would never go to line art till you get the 8 out of the way. Because if you start doing line art, once the sketch looks kind of decent, what's going to happen, especially if you don't flip your canvas, you have to flip it to make sure everything's in the right positions, right? There are a lot of professionals who don't need to do it anymore because they have good balance and understanding, but like, if you don't flip your canvas and check on what looks awkward and what doesn't, you're going to end up line arting it, and then when you line art it, it's going to look weird, and you're going to have that moment saying, why does the sketch look good but the line art looks like ass?
Says see you go to art school, then they tell you do this, but that's not to be stuck in that way.
No, I don't go to art school. I do not go to art school. I never went to art school. But you need to get that energy first. This is why when I teach you guys this, it's all about.
Says I did for yours.
Cool. How was it for you? So like you gotta get that energy in, but like remember, the line of energy, like the kinetic energy I'm giving you is not technically the spine. It can act like one, but it's not a spine. It's energy. And you need to take that energy and match that feel. If you can't do that, obviously the head looks flopped. But like if you can't get that, you gotta get this stiff drawing.
Says my outlook is 5, his yaw drawing real, cartoon and so on.
It's 5, yeah, drawing real, cartoon and so on. Yeah, like
says match it to what you'll want seen.
So it's kind of like that. And then you can start putting in all the muscles and all that stuff, and then figure out what you want to do from that point, and then really start defining because this here is not going to be that washboarding, but because we're trying to get that energy, then we can start putting some more bumps, lumps.
Says most of the art school students said they ruin you, so I didn't go there.
Well, it's not like art school is evil. What you're gonna learn from art school is.
Says waste of time, unless y'all going to do a painting.
Like what I initially. This is why I initially hear when people go to art school. Either two things happen. You improve in your art abilities in places that you didn't think you need to do, and that's generally what art school is supposed to do. But you end up, and hopefully your skills improve significantly higher than you was when you was just doing it on your own. Hopefully that happens. 9 times out of 10 you will improve. I don't see why you wouldn't, because you're an art school.
Says you gain knowledge at not what you want.
But the issue that the second thing I hear that's an issue is that it's not really
Says
about
what?
it. Depending if you're trying to get into the industry of like say animation, gaming, game art, and all that stuff. It's not really what you can do; is who you know. And if you're like that one friend who's like say an art environmentalist, or like who does art like environments.
Says, but y'all can get the same on YouTube.
Yeah, you can get the same on YouTube. Depends on what you. That's why I always said that you don't have to go to art school. I think it's a waste of time. I remember I talked to a famous artist before, and he said to me, he said he wasted about $70,000, I think it was 70,000 or 17,000. I think it was 17,000. I don't think it was 70,000. And he said it was a waste of time. He said everything he learned on YouTube, everything he learned on art school could be taught in YouTube.
Says why I regretted 70K for me.
Yeah. Oh, that's what he said. So I wasn't off. It was like 70, whatever it is.
Says it was to 3K for me.
So that sucks. And he said all that didn't
Says
lead
per
to
year.
nothing. So that ultimately led to like that right there initially. I wouldn't say that was the sole reason that got me not to go, but like I'm glad I didn't, because given what's going on these days. I did this leg wrong. Okay, so like this leg's supposed to reach down. Yeah, it's supposed to reach down.
Says what make what you want is y'all to learn the basics. Style or type you like, then repeat. Copy and trace.
I think the problem with most beginners.
Says they mostly drain you or teach you something.
I think the other thing about art school is that I think what the major skills that you probably learn in art school is called deadlining, because you get a bunch of deadlines. You get like 3 different homeworks that is due in like
Says
the same
trace.
week.
I was told never to trace by many artists.
Yeah, I don't really advocate the whole tracing thing. I know that artists do use it, or people who claim that has helped them. I don't think that helps. I think your mind-eye and doing the traditional way does help. But then again, I know there's people who claim that has helped them, so I'm not going to deny them, but then again, I'm not going to advocate it either. Because that never worked for me. I don't feel like I'm learning anything. I think I can't say it. Observation.
Says they said if I trace, he'll struggle more to understand the movement of the
and
sketch.
Understanding
Says
based on
exercise.
lining and just looking with your mind's eye and then really trying every time, whether you get it or not, and see how close you are from the last time.
Says learn shapes and then some.
So that's what it goes.
Says observation.
So 9 times out of 10.
Says I was tracing and it's not really good.
And then what happens with the whole tracing thing, some artists, especially those who are very beginners and don't want to put in the work, will use the tracing thing as a form of a crutch to fall upon, more than using references.
Says
This
that's
is
where
why
they
I
mess up. They
find
don't explain that's to find your own.
I don't teach anything close to
Says
using
people
tracing.
told me to study their movement and flow, then it becomes clearer and easier.
Yes, because when you watch them, you're mentally taking in what's happening by visually watching them physically move and stuff. Now it depends, like if you're watching like an animal or like a robot or whatever, they move very robotic, very calculated. The bear moves more organically and stuff like that. So like, or like a dog or whatever the hell.
Says same as now.
You know, so. But ultimately, majority of most beginners should just learn the 8 fundamentals that I teach, and the 8 is usually between, it's first you should just learn your shapes, because that's going to be the foundation of virtually everything you do. And then the second you have to learn is your forms. And then when you're done with your forms, because a lot of people get these confused or don't know what I mean by shapes. When I say shapes, I'm talking about 2D, because whenever an artist says your shapes, they're talking about 2D shapes. Whenever you're hearing the word forms, they're talking about your 3D
Says
shapes.
okay, slow ya there.
Or something like that.
Says
And
DBH, I didn't fully learn this until I watched people draw the movement and fluidity.
And next, after the 3D shapes, you have to move on to gesture.
Says draw the body in shapes.
So what you do is combine these two with the idea of movement of a gestural line.
Says so they will get me ya.
So this is why you can combine these two and then use the gestural line to make up your so-called drawings. Now, they don't have to be accurate in muscles or anything like that. What a gesture is ultimately for is the idea of the action itself, not how accurate the muscles are placed. That's far from the, because you can draw Mickey Mouse doing the same gesture to a certain extent with just a few strings and a few circles, and that's it, and it feels gestural, right? That's what gesture is. It's the idea of movement, action, or doing something. Even standing is a gesture, but there's a way of looking at a relaxed stance and then a very static and very robotic stance. So when you go from gesture, you move on to, when you combine these three, I will move on to something called foreshortening. What is foreshortening? Yeah, foreshortening. So foreshortening is basically a small and I guess poor man's way of looking into perspective. And then when you get into foreshortening, it's basically about depth. It's about big and small. How far something is usually how small it is. How close something is how big it is. Okay? You'll learn a little bit of color theory with
perspective.
this. Or so. But this is not but it is perspective, but it's a poor man's perspective. So it's all about just distance. It's not about being precise. When people use the word perspective, it usually means the idea of preciseness and visualization and point of view.
People also told me to draw the shapes to match the fluidity of the posture and to get the shapes close to the movement before the actual pose before it's fully sketched looks accurate.
Correct. You're supposed to do that. And then from...
Says up, down, left, right, how close, how it looks, and much more.
So like depth, that's one. And then next you can actually go to perspective. But I wouldn't go to perspective just yet. The reason why I won't go to perspective just after foreshortening is for good reason. Because you can actually draw... You can draw a body, like I said with the fist thing. You can draw a fist, not even accurately.
Says that's later.
And put the shoulder here, make this or connect like this. Put the fist here, alongside with the head. Let's just say I put a head here.
Says I was shading with my ballpoint pen mid-math class, and I think I did a pretty good job.
And then put the fist right here. Like this will be bigger and stuff, because remember, it's not about preciseness. Or if I use a circle, like if I use a giant circle and then I put another circle and then another circle and another circle and another and just goes off into the distance, and I put one big circle here, this one's going to look big and thick by comparison compared to this one now.
Says it how you're
And
looking.
then as it goes and goes, that's why it's called the poor man's perspective, because it
Like
doesn't
that
have
bow and
to.
arrow shape you drew for me is what helped me to align the pose accurately.
Good.
I forget what you called the lines though to show the fluidity.
The kinetic energy. That's what the
Says
line
if
of
y'all
energy.
thrown a fist to your face, how done you seen
Or
it.
line of action. It's called the line of action. You might hear this a lot. Line of action. Okay. So yeah, it's kind of like that. But the reason why when you go from shapes, forms, gestures, and foreshortening, the next thing you should move on is something called balance. It could be labeled under something else, but I say balance. Now, what is balance? Balance is for, this is more for the digital artist to compare to the traditional artist, but I'm pretty sure traditional artists tends to have their own methods in
Says I
doing
learned
this.
everything, but no one told me about the nitectic energy when I first learned.
Yeah, you need to learn that. So balance is basically just flipping your canvas. The reason why this is very important, because you can have a poor man's drawing, foreshortening on a drawing like this, and can make it work as long as there's balance. So this is why you should flip your canvas, because if you flip your canvas, you'll find anything that's awkward with it.
There are so many ways.
And then when you have you take away what's awkward about the drawing, because at first her head is still kind of off. Her head was
find a way that works for you.
The head that is off here is too morphed, so we need to fix that head. And then until we can see on both ends of the spectrum that they look mirrored pretty well without looking too distorted or looking weird or strange, that's where you think you have a good sense of balance at that point. And also, this also applies to like keeping your characters not tilting over. That's why the point of, because you might draw a character that's standing and they will look like they're tilting over, or you have a character that's doing basically doing this, but we need to make sure that she looks good on both ends of the spectrum, because if she's not looking good, she's gonna look awkward.
Says that's what he means differently with traditional and digital.
So you need to flip it and avoid tilting, because she is tilting. I did do that on purpose, because I said to Ari this was like, you have to look for that energy that's going here, and then the body's going over here, because like it's a curve like that, right? Yeah, you have to exaggerate, but make sure that the character is not too exaggerated to the point of the cartoony and breaking their bones or anything like that. You have to find that sense of balance. It's going to take some time and practice, but you'll eventually find it, as long as you understand concept, or so. So you have to look out for that. The next thing that you need to learn is...
Says, but turn that into a spin with back kick.
But like the next thing is balance,
Says that
and
come
then
later.
Perspective. Now perspective actually comes in, but perspective this is for like the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. I think it goes all the way to 12th perspective. But majority of most professionals or people stay within the 1 to 4 range. I think it goes 1 to 5. Most people when they're doing something, but
Says
it goes,
stages, yes.
but 1, 2, 3, 4. I would just stay between 1 and 3, and then if you really feel brave in what you're doing, you will learn 4 and then 5, and then that's it. You don't have to learn any more beyond
Says that 12th perspective looks insane.
I'm pretty sure it is, because I've never really used it. I've been told there's like 12 perspective, which is I think is insane. But you should just stay between 1 and 5 at max. Max should be the 5, and 4 should be the stopping point.
Says
honestly.
fisheye is 6th right.
But you should learn all the way here. That's it. That's it. That, like, if you want to stop here, just do 1 to 2, 1 to 3. But I would go beyond and just go to 5, because you will have all this down in your head.
Says
because
fisheye.
what's gonna happen when you learn? Yeah, like fisheye. Fisheye is, I think, 5th perspective or 4th perspective. I think, if I remember right, it's either between one of these two. I don't know which one's the name. I think it's 4th perspective is fisheye, and then 5th, I don't know what's the other name. Anyway, so the point is that you have to learn
Says 5th.
is the horizon line, the HL, or the horizon. There's another word for it.
Says it's halfway.
You gotta learn that. So, and then the PV, which is VP. Sorry, the VP meaning the visual point of reference, like the little dot on your line, and then use that as a guide to get back to what you're doing. So if you're doing like a 1 point perspective, you're using 1 point and just using that as your reference. 2 points or 2 points on the same horizon. 3 points, it's more on the top, and then the lines at the bottom. Like, it's kind of like that. So it gets kind of crazy with fisheye lens. It's more of a circle. So it's like, it's a giant circle wrapped around like this, and then you use this circle as a guide to make your characters in them, and then that's where you can get the anime crazy face thing when they're going insane or whatever the fuck. Or you really want that that fisheye lenses when the character is standing and everything else is getting warped, distorted on purpose. That's really what fisheye is. And then you will have to learn the rules of using a horizon line. The horizon line,
to make them look kind of free dish.
At first is scary because most people don't know how to use it. So whenever a character is on top over the horizon line, always remember in using the horizon line that when the character or the object at the very top over the horizon line, the character is looking down.
Says think of this 3 as an extension of your work.
And then the horizon...
Says you kinda see the top and the bottom.
Exactly. So for if the character or the object is at the bottom of the horizon line, you're looking at the top of them, so you're looking up. So, like I said, it's always the opposite of what it is. So when it's up, you're looking down. When it's down, you're looking up. It's a flip of the coin, right?
Says would the fisheye kind of apply if you were drawing like a character that's upside down?
That would be insane.
Says up, down, left, right.
And then whenever your character is on top of the horizon line, you're not looking neither at top nor bottom. You're looking directly at them, completely in front of them. That's all that's important. So whenever you have a character standing and they're on the horizon line, you don't see the top of their head. You see their head, but you don't see the bottom of their crotch or their feet or anything like that, or so. So you'll see the feet of someone if they were sitting up here. Say if someone's legs was here, sitting, you'll see their feet because they're hanging off from here, but you won't see the top of their head, no way. If they're standing here, you'll see the top of their head, but not the bottom of their feet. Like this one, we can see the bottom of the feet, but this one, you can't see the bottom of the feet, you only see the top of the head. So I'm saying, like, that's how it works. And then directly, you don't see feet or head. Whenever you're on the horizon, you're perfectly
Says
neutral.
how y'all use the sticks to that.
So it's like that. And then once you understand perspective to a certain extent, you can move on and do composition. This is more about framing. That's what composition is. It's framing. So you'll be using things like the rule of thirds, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you use these points here to tell a narrative while keeping it because the one thing you never want to do when you're using rule of thirds is put your character directly in the middle. That is a big no-no. You don't want to do that because the character's gonna look really boring, especially if they're talking to each other. You want to put them in like a situation.
A state way for y'all to get it is built a house.
Like this, and then the face is looking like this, so they're looking at each other, so that it's a little more dynamic when they're looking at each other, so that you both have both characters in the scene or something like that. And you still have
Shopify, online, in person,
a dynamic position. It's a very simple way to keep things simple for most beginners, and then you learn
Says interesting.
the Fuchi method. It's pretty much the golden ratio. It's like the spiral thing, where everything is perfect within the spiral. So you use the spiral. I'm not doing it quite right, but like it's like a spiral, and you use that as a reference point to put characters in, or depending on what's going on, to make it a lot more interesting, a lot more dynamic, a lot more. I can't even do it myself, so I'm not even gonna try.
Says do you toss the frame in without base?
Toss the frame in without base. Do you?
Says that's what I mean.
Oh, okay. So it's like that. So there's other composition frames that you can use, but I don't know them on the top of my head. I only know about those two and one other, but I can't think of it right now. And after you understand composition, this can go both for digital or traditional. The next and final thing you should learn when it comes to technical drawing is proportions. So proportions is basically just accuracy. That's basically what proportions are. The accuracy of like the arm, the leg, the head, the breast, the eyes, the spacing of the eyes, the eyebrows, the hair. Well, hair could be asymmetrical. You know, it could be asymmetrical if you want. So one side can be hairy, a lot of hair, and the other one could be just shaven or some shit. That's what we call mental illness haircut. But then again, it is what you're talking about, depending on who you're asking.
Looks lol.
Pretty much all above. Yeah, pretty much all of the above. So proportions, that's why I put at bottom.
Says lol.
Right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Says aren't easy as y'all have
7,
most guys.
and 8. Aren't easy as have most guys. Not sure what that means. Proportions, and then the accuracy within itself. Once you have that accuracy, then ultimately all this will chalk up to your so-called
says lol.
Anatomy. Ultimately.
Says I feel like the accuracy gets a little more tricky when drawing males.
No, not really, because if you have a good understanding on how these are put together, the only thing you have to make sure is everything is accurate. There are ways of doing this. There's not, you don't have to pull out a ruler every 5 seconds. Sometimes I've already showed you guys many methods on how I do it. It's like say for instance, let's just say the arm is up here, and I don't know how to measure that completely right. So like say, for me to figure out where
they're more dot stiff than gals.
No, they're all the same. I use the same methods for men and females. The only thing you have to make sure is that certain aspects of the female is a little bit more softer, depending on how you're drawing them. If they're more masculine, they still have things that are traits. So if a female is overweight or very masculine or have muscles, you have to make sure that this divot is here, because if I remember right, I think
Says that
most women don't have the same rib cages as that of men. Men's rib cages are more wider and all that stuff. So you need to keep this in line. The hips are going to be much wider.
Says are flask.
And all that stuff. So it depends.
Says glass.
So right here. So if I don't know where the arm is, what I'll do is just make an arm here. And then once if I feel like this is the right place, I'll put it here as where the elbow will be. That's how I know. Like for this knee, like this, even though this leg is going down, because this is coming up, I will go like this, right? And then I'll put the joint right here, and it'll work like that. You don't have to think it too hard. Usually you can figure that out, especially if the
nails tend to be shorter.
Yeah, they tend to be shorter depending on who you're asking, but.
Says at Fufu, what are you talking about?
So with the anatomy, ultimately, all this will be the anatomy, right? And then once you have an understanding of all this, and then you got your anatomy in place, and you have a good understanding of it from practice and, trials and tribulations, the anatomy from the 8 fundamentals will lead to your anatomy. I'm spelling it fast. And then this will lead to your so-called obsession with the art style, because that's all people care about, because they want to be unique and special. Because we all have to get a badge of being special. I have to do a YouTube video on this. This is something I really wanted to talk about and hammer on to beginners a lot, because a lot of them use this as an excuse method to not improve. So for instance, they'll come up to them and say, "Oh, I think the arm is off." They'll come up to me and ask me for advice, and I'll say, "Okay, student, let me look at it," and then they'll be like, "Okay." And then I'll say, "Okay, correct. Fix this arm, fix this, and fix that."
Too many people say they have an art style when they really don't.
They don't have it. In most cases, if you can't, you only have an art style where you can draw something as fluid as, like, I don't know, the
Says
number
off
1.
is not bad, it's unique.
You know what I'm saying?
Says I watched the Reaper video you sent me yesterday.
No, I'm not gonna lie to them, it's bad. I will tell you directly, the drawing is bad because you're lacking in fundamentals on what it is. Because this is how I look at it. Because with anime, Anime is a subtractive and an additive medium. So that means you can subtract or add to whatever it is based on style, right? So like for instance, I can draw a bunch of chibi characters with no neck, and they'll still they can still be still considered chibi, right? I can draw an anime character with absolutely no nose, and that's not going to break anything. I can draw an anime character with extreme hair, and then X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. It's additive and subtractive. This is why people love anime, because it's very diverse. Based on
eyes.
Or larger eyes, or smaller eyes, or smaller nose, or no nose, sometimes no mouth. So like, it really depends on who you're asking.
Some say they have art style and they're drawing cartoons.
So like, this is why the idea of the art style is a poison for most beginners, because they use this as a form of excuse not to improve. Now, I know some of them will use this so-called excuse saying, but I'm not trying to be a professional. Then why ask me to be your teacher? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I can say if you want to be in the real ghost in the shell.
Because like, they'll come to me and want me to teach them, but they don't want me to be honest with them and help them. And that's where that frustration comes in on the behalf of me, because now you're just throwing your money away. Because if I'm like just constantly calling you and saying your so-called art style is so unique all the time, they're never going to improve, and they're going to throw their money at me, and then after a while they're going to start realizing I'm not really improving. The fuck am I even giving this person money in the first place? This is a bad teacher. You know what I'm saying? That's how you end up getting a bad reputation as a teacher.
I have to go. I will join later, CIA.
Alright, later, Mono.
Says TBH, getting some fluid and movement in cartoon sketches is tricky cause it's a cartoon, not human.
I understand, but this is why you should learn how to draw the human first before you draw a cartoon, because at least you can have gesture understanding.
Says that later, Mono.
Later, Mono. So yeah, this is why the art style is very problematic. I would avoid it. The only time you know you have an art style is when you can draw something with no problem, little to no problem. So like for instance, if I ask you to draw, I don't know, like a hand. If I ask you to draw a hand, right, and you're having a hard time putting things together.
Says LMAO, you should tell that to the people who draw cartoons for a living
like this, and there's no fundamental like understanding of connection and shape, fluidity, proportions. We don't really need perspective on this, because there's no defined perspective when you're drawing a hand. You don't really need that after a while, because like you can just draw it in mid-air. It could be just a hand. It doesn't have to be connected to anything, right? But
says they are at that point because people love their work.
They're at that point because people love their work.
Says that's their own think on that.
I think that's a dangerous thing to tell them, to coddle them. I don't do that coddling shit. I'll tell you directly, you need to work on this, and this, and you need to worry about this, and this. It's because you need to, because my job is for you to improve.
Says DBZ and then some.
Like, my job is for you to improve. My job is not to, be your life coach. That shit is stupid. I'm not doing that.
Says some people who I've seen draw realistic stuff go a little insane with the realism, TBH.
And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Says make your own work.
There's nothing technically wrong with that if they go realistic like that. But then again, you have to keep in mind that they're pushing as much as possible based on what their knowledge is. As long as you're not lacking the understanding of knowledge and stylizing, because I can tell when something's stylized and I can sense something is just lacking of something. After a while of looking at others and paying attention and teaching, you can tell what looks like a stylization and one looks like I just don't know what I'm doing, and then I don't want to take criticism because it makes me feel like I have to do work. And then that's when they come to that conclusion, or they come to a Jesus moment saying, wow, I have to really put in work to actually improve.
Says it said you'll never stop learning.
So it is what it is. So I don't think a lot of teachers do this anymore because they're too scared of either becoming the mean teacher or they're too scared of losing their job. This is why I would never be a teacher in a institution, because they're just going to get mad at you for being honest and helping their students to improve.
Says I feel like
Call
you'd be a
them like
good
a
critic
fucking-
with other artists' art pieces.
Well, I think so to a certain extent, but it really depends on what it is. See, I don't think I can judge every art piece, but I can judge what I know based like anime type stuff or anything close to that. But I don't think I can be like in a show and really like look at something that is supposed to be super abstract and I can give my opinion. No, that's not my expertise. That's someone else's, not mine. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. But for them for students to improve, they must understand the 8 fundamentals. Apply that and get your anatomy down. Now, when I say the word anatomy, it doesn't actually have to be human.
Says anime is like realism but exaggerated.
It doesn't
Or
have
so
to be
many
human.
people have told me.
It could be furry.
Says agree same with me, we would judge by our view.
It could be human. It could be furry. It could be what's that? Oh, that's from the pants. Okay. It could be furry. It could be human. It could be animalistic. It could be alien. It could be a monster. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by anatomy. It doesn't actually have to be human. It's just the understanding and the construct within and without the subject at hand. It could be a robot, android, whatever the fuck you want to call
Says
it.
TBH, those
So-
furry drawings scare the heck out of me. Says I do a lot of beastkin models for VRC.
You see. So like it's like that. So like this is why the art style thing is a poison to beginners. I would, if anyone who's trying to do art style, I would
Says
ignore
getting the
this.
basics is needed.
You must
Says
understand
that
those
a known
basics.
user for 5 lol.
So yeah, and apply them as best as you can.
Says but I do hold to it.
But people do too much of trying to be unique because they want likes and follows and praise. You're just shooting yourself in the foot.
Says what? Furries are creepy. I see too many of them on TikTok.
I don't think it's creepy. I think, like, are you talking about the drawing or are you talking about the people? Like, the fandom. I don't think they're creepy. I think,
Says shrugs I'm old so I hide nothing but time.
like, I don't think they're creepy. I think they're
Says
fine.
both.
No, I think they're fine. It's just some people take some of the things a little bit too extreme with the furry thing. Same thing with anime, to a certain extent, depending on who you're asking on that subject matter, but I make it my mission not to make sure to not draw my females flat-chested at all. I don't draw flat-chested females for obvious reasons because people are just dumb. So I don't even want to deal and contest with them, so I just draw them with big breasts half the time. And I refuse to draw any females and post them with any flat chests. Because there's always it could be an actual grown ass woman. Like, and I'm not talking about that excuse when they make something that looks like a fucking toddler and say she's 400 years old or some shit. I'm talking about just literally just.
Says why is that?
Because people have an obsession to be a savior, or they are extremely traumatized, so they want to point out something to be right in the situation, and even when you prove them wrong, they're going to complain, bitch, and moan. So, like, for instance, let's just say I drew a drawing of, let's just say, Misty from Pokemon, and I used a grown woman's, like, as a reference. People say, that's a child. But there's not a lot of women who don't
Says,
dress like
yes,
Misty
the
and go
Karens.
to...
Gotta love them. Not.
Like, it's not a lot of, like, we're gonna pretend like there's not a lot of, like, sexy Misties that goes to Comic-Con or these comic conventions and dress like her in her classic outfit and be looking kind of like, you know. That's what I don't understand. They don't say anything to those people, but if I draw one, that's a problem. So this is why I don't really draw certain characters, because I don't want the hell and the bother. It just causes too much of a pain and headache, and I don't get FU money like J.K. Rowling, so I don't have time for that shit.
Says that's your own preference.
So you know, people like to internalize things and try to be a psychologist. This is why I think majority of most things that we hear now should not be given to the public. Like psychology methods, I think that should be for like
This is a
I wish
variable
people
here.
would just keep their mouth shut about that sort of stuff. Sure, they're a kid, but we're not drawing them like without clothes just as a kid.
Yeah, and usually
yet
we're
they're
using a
calm AF when we
grown
draw
woman's
regular
model,
adults.
which is funny because
Says
when
so don't look at it like this.
when I drew the character, it was using a grown woman. I was using what, Momo-kun, I think that's her name. She's like a I think she's a famous cosplayer. I think she's an OnlyFans woman. I think she has OnlyFans. I'm not sure. I think she does. And I saw one of her
Says like how people call everyone a narcissist.
Yeah, it's just
Says people are way too sensitive about what we draw, I swear. Sheesh.
like the problem is that
Says she is.
like the problem is
Says
that
I know her.
yeah, she's some type of cosplayer, and I saw one of her cosplays and I thought it was really nice, so I drew her. I drew her based on model and used Misty to draw, and people had a big problem. This is problematic, bro. That's a child. I'm like, bro, I used it. You see in the video, there's a grown woman in the reference. They did not care. They just ignore that in the video. In the video, you can see Momo-kun in the video being used as the reference. But they ignored that part. I'm like, well, okay, we're just gonna pretend we can't age up characters. We can change their race and their orientation, but we can't age them up. Okay, that makes sense. Those same people will be okay aging up and
Says
changing
it's
their.
cause y'all used a character.
Let me see. It's because you use a character.
Says some.
Like, it's weird to me. We can, like, those same people can argue and say, nothing's wrong with the race swapping. You're just some type of evil person. You don't want minorities to get a chance. No, it's not that. It just feels very awkward because if we were to do this to a minority that was already established, you guys wouldn't like it very much.
Says thought yo was heading out.
Thought yo was heading. What do you mean? Like that shit is wild to me. That's how double standards it works.
Ariane.
Says look, he is not telling
I've
G
seen
y'all do
people
this,
who go
just
crazy
advise.
happy if we're drawing like femboys, but if we try to draw a trans character or whatever, they go equally as crazy. Our life, go figure.
Look, not telling G to just advise. It's a sad fact, but what applies to D, not to me.
Says not telling what to do or how, just give y'all information and sharing.
Let's see here. Okay. I think that looks. Wait, hold on. Happy fairy tale. I think that's quite right. I think I made the ears a little bit too soft and rounded and short. I think I should have made them a little bit more taller.
Says the only time I can draw cartoons is if I'm adding a character like this.
Oh.
Says I'll pass y'all off cause not worth my time.
Wait, what? I'm not. Oh, whoa, what? Alright, laters. Let's see.
Says it gets a little different if I'm trying to draw cyberpunk. Says making if y'all want to fight or block y'all.
What the fuck? What? Boo-boo, what's your problem? What the fuck? The hell? Where is that coming from?
Says is it any different than steampunk? Says aren't anim cyberpunk styles mostly kind of robotic? Says at foo-foo.
Yeah, I'm so confused. See here, check. Oh, there's a little whiskers. 1, 2. I didn't see that. Is it in there?
Says TBH, so am I. Says it's a style.
I'm not sure.
Says or references.
I feel like there's a disconnect somewhere. I'm not really sure what's going on. Let me see. Right here. Like that. Yeah, like that. Okay.
Says nope.
Like that. Let me fix this back here. Okay, that looks quite right, I think.
Says I was asking if cyberpunk anim is basically like an anim robot.
Okay.
Says you're going mechanical.
Okay, then I think I should change the positioning on this. Is it her shoulders?
Says what difference in Steam and Cyber.
Oh, the difference
Says some
between
anim is pretty cool cause they draw it like a robot and call it a drone.
the difference between the
Says that a
cyberpunk
known user for 5
more
it's more
futuristic.
cyborg than robot.
and the other one is more like steampunk is like a 1960s, like a 1960, like if you think of like Fallout kind of, but a lot more mechanical stuff going on at once. Or like 1960, I think between 1940s, 1960s.
Says
type
weights.
like aesthetic with mechanical, I think 1960s, 1940s aesthetic.
Says how it's powered. Says have you ever drawn cyborg anim?
Who, me? I think I have. I think I did like
Says sips tea.
Let's see here. Yeah, fix that ear. Okay, put my hand right here. He's got actual little hands.
Says I want to draw it, but it's tricky cause their build is made out of metal almost. Says can I combine cyber and steam works?
I'm not even sure, to be honest, on that one.
Says raises brow. Says at FU maybe. Says I think so. It would be a little tricky to draw though. Says well. Says there y'all go unknown. Says Cyborg has like this weird metal armor they wear or it's part of their body.
Obviously can't find it.
Says, oh my god, Hez is absolutely stinking cute teach.
Oh, yeah.
Says combine Steam dot works with Cyber, try that.
Okay.
Says new imagination.
Fuck. Okay, what the?
Says we separate so much, but duty think to combine. Says done speaking, think on it, just going to watch. Says smiles and tie.
Wait, what does this feet look like? Should be doing it wrong. Could be doing that wrong.
Says well he is drawing a cute character, so it is pretty relaxing to watch.
Oh, I drew it rear. Oh, shit, okay. Oh, how about I draw that? Okay. Go back. And then...
Says giggles. Says sorry if I shot him down.
Sorry for what? Wait, shot who down?
Says I didn't know Teach liked those cute anim characters as well.
No, I'm just adding this from the fairy tale show.
Says it's just a ways for them to think.
Fufu, what are you talking about? Still trying to figure that part out. Let me see. Okay, this part here needs to be here.
Says they tested, I responded.
I'm not really sure what's going on. You have any idea what's going on, Bri?
Says it will tee what they like. Says I want to draw that fox that has the 6 tails, mythical creature I saw on Pinterest. Says
I made
Ick.
them think. Who's them?
Says I made them think.
Are you talking about
Says
Ari?
bumps.
I mean unknown. She goes by unknown.
Says Fufu, you're not making any sense.
The neck is a little. I think I'm gonna pull back that neck. Can't pull back that neck.
Says Bry, how would yo join steampunkin' to the cyberpunk world? Says on the kitty, wouldn't the neck not show since the head overlaps it?
Hold on.
Says old is new and new is old.
I'm going to copy, paste. I'm going to erase this.
Says waits, I'll give you a hunt.
Ever played?
Says ever played Fallout?
Yeah. No, I have never played it. I know of it. Never really intrigued me to play it.
Says it foo-foo by having the Steam world unknown to the cyber world like a secret society. Says all good. Says I think there is a game called Gods of Thunder and Lightning, I think.
Now the arm is too easily seen, so I will erase this again. This time, a little bit more short.
Says also, apologies if we are a tad distracting.
Hold on. Oh, I drew that weirdly. Okay, that's
Says
what's...
but saying nuclear fusion reaction to power a cyber for 500 years. Says information is key.
How'd you know? I don't even put the hands up. Because if our hands are here, first I need to put in the...
Says bumps need to head off and cook dinner, having manicotti.
Alright.
Says be safe, all of y'all.
Yeah, thanks. You too.
Says is it just me or was Fufu a little hard to understand?
I don't know. I honestly didn't know what the fuck was going on at the time. At first, I was with the person when when I was giving advice about how to do X, Y, and Z. After that, it just kind of went off the rails. I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. Oh wait, YouTube. Oh, YouTube Shorts. Oh, art stream. Hi. Also do art, but I have enough subscribers to. I don't
Darth
know.
Goricorn.
Okay.
Hey there, did I miss anything good?
Not really. To be honest, very confusing individual. But other than that, no. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. That was one strange individual. I couldn't make heads or tails what the fuck they was referring to half the time. And I think they got offended somewhere down the line, which I did not even realize. I can't even tell. Can't tell if someone was trolling or the case might be. So. Alright, so I guess it's time for us to just get to the reaction stuff. So you can come over here. Guys, those who want to see the reactions, we're gonna do only 2. And then if we have time, we'll play Genshin. Because I gotta get those story things out of the way. Okay. Alright, do that. Let me just get this out. feel like I can find better piano music on YouTube. I can get the regular piano music I was getting from TikTok that was free, that was given to me. That's fine. Let's see here. So we have 2 videos. One from actually doing 3. We have 1 video of a DVR, 1 video of Clownfish talking about OF and Patreon. Apparently.
Says you startled me.
I think it
says
looks
I
like
just came back.
Okay. I think it looks like Happy. Does it look like Happy? I don't know. It looks like Happy. Womp womp.
Says just need the tail.
Okay.
Says what anim did you say he was off of? I can look for you.
I'm already looking.
Says Kitty.
I'm already looking at it. He's happy from Fairy Tale.
Says womp womp.
Womp womp.
Says that a known user for 5 Fairy Tale.
The only reason I'm even doing this fan art is because Fairy Tale happens to be, I guess Fairy Tale's coming back again or something. I think there's an announcement that they're having either another season. I don't know which Fairy Tale. I don't know if it's Fairy Tale 0 or just Fairy Tale. With Natsu and friends. Pretty sure it's with Natsu and friends, but I'm not totally sure.
Says yeah, the 1,000-year quest, I think. Says yep, he just needs his kitty tail.
Okay. So wait, is this when they're like? Is this is a continuation from the anime, right? So like that means like what is Natsu older?
Says and to whiskers.
Does it look like some weird time skip?
Says they look the same to me.
Okay.
Says you forgot his eyebrows.
Yeah, I delete them. They didn't look right now. Need to get this first. The overall idea first. I think it looks like Happy.
Says a gotcha.
It just didn't look right when I drew the eyebrows at the time. Oops. Oh wait, I think I know what's the wrong one to do. There we go. And then
Says he reminds me of Gumball more than anything, TBH.
Humble. Let me tell you something, he's moving better. definitely the polar opposite of Gumball, if anything. I think Gumball is still like isn't Gumball like extremely selfish and just kind of like a dick, depending on who's writing. And Happy, I think, is quite the opposite.
Says you pretty much teach lol.
Yep.
Says lol, yes, but their faces look the same kind of.
I can see that. Maybe it's just, yeah, I can kind of see it. I was really pushing that because they're both blue, but like, I can see it. Is it funny that even up to this day, even if you see Happy, as much as you see in a fairy tale, right? It's funny because people still know who Blue is. Like, and Rave Master has been on the air for like since what? 2003? I think it's in the same universe too.
Says I should mention Happy has a bit of a long kitty tail as well.
Yeah, I'll put it. Makes sense where I'm putting it. The upper half will be erased. I just want to get the eyes right.
Says and the carrot-nosed dog.
Up, blue. I forgot. Why does Blue hang out with the Fairy Tale Guild? Can someone tell me, or that was just for cameo reasons?
Says, well, he is pretty cute. Says, isn't it one of Lucy's spirits?
Is he? Really? How did that happen? Oh shit, I didn't know that. I forgot about that. I didn't remember that.
Says, yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. So wait. But isn't he supposed to be with the Rave Master? Didn't the Rave Master make like a cameo appearance in that as well with Natsu?
Says yeah, no over.
You know, every time I look at the Fairy Tale art style, I see One Piece, and then when I look at One Piece and Fairy Tale, I can see the difference. It's weird. When I'm not looking at One Piece at the same time as Fairy Tale, I think they look quite the same or similar. It's just the animations are different and how they're animated, but whenever time I look at the art style, I'm like, wait, no, they're different. They just feel very similar. Sometimes. Even I think Radiant has like a similar art style to like something like Fairy Tail.
Says yeah, when I saw a red-haired woman, I thought she was from One Piece.
That blows my mind Alright, so as I'm working on Happy, because pretty much, she's near done anyway. Lucy, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna play the reactions. Womp womp.
Says not Urza the one with the fire hair.
Fire hair? Not Urza? Fire hair. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Says it wasn't streaming to Facebook. I checked a little while ago.
Oh, fuck. I know why. Hold on. Fuck, that's why I forgot to. Now I should be streaming to Facebook. Didn't notice it. Okay. Didn't you notice Facebook was dead? Until, like, real life.
Says no worries, just figured I'd remind ya.
Oh. Okay, let me see. I guess it's actually...
Artextric. Send stars to show your support.
Okay, I'm gonna stop this.
Says Flair the girl who fought Lucy in the Magic Games.
I'm having a blank, I don't know why. I'm literally having a blank. I'm gonna go back and watch that show. I'm having a literal blank.
Says having a forgetful mind as an artist can backfire on us after a while.
Okay, food not to the wine festival.
Says red hair, red eyes, red dress.
Here's the only reason. It's Sunday evening from 4 p.m. to 12 p.m. So if I remember right, the creator Berserk, Yu-Gi-Oh, Hardlock, Cobra, and Dragon Ball are all dead. Great. That is so sad. That makes me so mad. Okay, okay, what I'm gonna do. That sucks. I just now saw
Says
it.
dang.
Like, I just saw a meme just now. There's someone put it like Berserk. And they all died in the same, like, okay, one died in 2021, that's
Says
Berserk.
Bryce, so you mean a character called Corona?
One died in 2022, Yu-Gi-Oh. One died in 2023, Hurlock, and then one died in 2023, Cobra,
Says
and one
that
died in
unknown user
2024,
for 5 yep.
Akira Toriyama. That's crazy. No, it's called Cobra. There might be a great chance I won't be streaming on Sunday, but then again, if I'm not streaming on Sunday, I won't be back till next, well, Sunday. Is that already
Says he was talking about Cobra or Corona from Fairy Tale Teach. Says okay.
Okay. Oh, snap. I just realized. I'm in my big form. Oh, no. I just realized I'm in my big form. I'm not even in my... Oh. Hold on. Making mistakes. Making mistakes. Walking past. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. Bam. Okay. 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 Alright, guys. We're gonna do the reactions. Where's my ear? We're gonna do the reactions. We only got 3 videos. 1, Clownfish, 2, Demion, and then I'll probably find 1 recommendation anime or 1 review or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Alright. So come over here on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, Kick, or whatever the hell you want to pick. If you're on YouTube Shorts, you're perfectly
Says
fine.
okay
You can stay
hopping
there
on
too.
YouTube.
Alright, bro. Alright, we're gonna jump on this. Let's go. Okay. Okay. I'm probably gonna say yes to get out of here, but why not? And well. Okay. Let's get this party started. Alright, so this is Clownfish TV. And it says they're fleeing OF and Patreon. Uh-oh. Big trouble in the Patreon world. And the OF ladies. Oh, that sucks for them. Well, people was already making their bunch of predictions that OF was not going to last long anyway, because there's too many terrible people on that anyway. So, like, there you go. And then other reasons, and probably it's hard to keep up with that type of website after a while. This wise and all that great stuff. So let's see where this goes. Let's go. Thank you for liking the stream.
Says now he has another problem.
Oh wait. What is the problem? Oh, wait. Did it again. Hold on. Did it again. There you go.
A lot of people are very leery about Patreon
Since
because of
wasn't
scripts
streaming
like
through
this.
all.
They were trying to pass the
Alright, so I'll pull it back,
subscription.
whatever.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, not here with Geeky Sparkles in this video, but we're going to talk about Patreon. We're going to talk about OnlyFans. We're going to talk about Web3 and decentralization, and how I've seen a couple articles floating around that more creators are looking at a decentralized solution for fan support. And the reason being is that you can get screwed over royally by Patreon. In fact, we did a video talking about the issue last month or the month before. I think it was the beginning of August, right? That they weren't paying people. There were paused payouts and canceled subscriptions. And this is not the first time that there have been issues with Patreon. And Patreon has been rapidly declining. You know, it's been it's just been in this state of decay. They were a darling of the pandemic, and then a lot of people are very leery about Patreon because of screw ups like this. They were trying to pass the subscription fees on to users. They've been policing people's content all over the place, but YouTube's doing that too now. The situation with Russell Brand, where Russell Brand is having some allegations thrown at him, and it really has nothing to do with his YouTube content, but because of it, YouTube has taken his monetization away. And we've seen this time and time again. Any kind of fan support, if you get into overly political content, or you get into dicey content, or just people don't like you for whatever reason, they can mess with your money, right? And the problem is when you have a third party like Patreon in the middle, or even PayPal or whoever, they can mess with your money. So more and more people are looking at turning to Web3. So we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about decentralization. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Geeky sitting this video out again, so no woohoos today. Just sadness. No, sadness over Patreon, what it was, what it is now. I do not have a Patreon. We actually use DonorBox, which is pretty solid. You guys can check it out at thereef.support if you want to kick us a few bucks, help keep us on the air. So far, to the best of my knowledge, they have not engaged
Alright guys, so this is the easy ritual that's helped my grandma drop close to 72 pounds.
Okay, I don't care about your grandma.
Engaged in a lot of the shenanigans that Patreon has, but they're not nearly as big as Patreon is either. But this is coming from Cointelegraph. OnlyFans and Patreon models are turning to Web3 amid payment and censorship fears. Patreon creators had difficulties getting paid in August, while OnlyFans once tried to ban porn on the platform, forcing creators to look at alternatives, including Web3 decentralization. Adult content creators, not just adult content. It's not just adult content. They're saying it's mostly adult content. It's not just adult content. I think anybody who does anything even remotely political, or if you do content that questions the narrative around certain pharmaceutical products, you are in danger of losing monetization. If there are certain candidates that you don't like, if you don't agree with certain lifestyles, whatever the deal is, like if you're a wrong thinker, it's not just being an OnlyFans model or doing porn or whatever. If you're a wrong thinker, you're in the crosshairs for cancelization, because basically if they've decided you're no good, Nick, the ends justify the means. And if they're like, hey, they're getting a good chunk of change from this platform's revenue sharing, and this person is saying things we don't like, or engaging in behavior we don't like, or tweeting the wrong things, or following the wrong people, whatever, hey, just hit that button and zap their money away, right? But porn is also affected. OnlyFans and Patreon, after, let's see, they have had the ever-present threat of being deplatformed. And it's not just the adult performers, as we're going to call them, the performers. It's not only people producing that kind of content, it's people producing drawings of adult content. It's people drawing in an anime style and having their Google Drives rated by Patreon to make sure that they didn't have any artwork that was considered too lewd, or had characters that look like they could be underage, engaging in acts too. So they get really like granular. They really do look into your life, unless of course you're on the right side of everything, according to the people working at these companies, and then they turn a blind eye to it. I'd like to know why.
I definitely believe that. Whatever Neon is saying, I don't think he's wrong. I don't think he's lying. I think he's true. If I remember, I think Patreon's pretty left-leaning, like pretty extreme left-leaning, so like they have their bias.
The brand has
And same thing with YouTube.
been demonetized, but I don't think Colleen Ballinger's been demonetized, has she? I don't think she's been demonetized on YouTube. And her accusations were pretty tough too. She just laughed it off, played the ukulele or whatever, but I don't think YouTube demonetized her. I could be wrong, but I don't think they did.
Says I'm back.
So anyway, this is Leon Lee, the founder and CEO of Only One, a decentralized version.
We're doing the
of
reactions.
OnlyFans.
Come over
Tells
on YouTube.
Cointelegraph there's been a recent power shift from intermediaries to content creators thanks to Web3. In August, creators on Patreon reported having difficulties withdrawing their earnings from the platform, as payments were being flagged as fraudulent
Says
by
okay.
banks. Yeah,
I
they
won't
moved
stay
everything to,
long,
I think,
though.
Ireland,
All right.
because of taxes or something. I think that's what happened, but they didn't tell people they were doing that. And a lot of people lost a lot of subscriptions, and they're pissed. And like I said, this isn't the first time that Patreon's pulled stuff like that. They've been late paying people before. It's not a good situation. That company is going to implode here soon. Many content creators haven't forgotten what OnlyFans tried to ban when they tried to ban sex in 2021. Literally the only thing they were known for, only to reverse the decision days later. Speaking on this, Lee argues that creators will always be at risk of being deplatformed as long as they stay on centralized platforms using traditional payment rails. Only One was launched back in March 2023.
Yeah.
The platform is just one of many startups looking to capture the magic of adult subscription platforms with a decentralized crypto twist.
I don't like
OnlyFans
this.
model Ali Ray created a crypto.
I don't like this. The crypto talk. I hate the crypto talk. That is risk beyond risk and just stupid beyond stupid. Like we're not there yet. I don't think we're there yet. We're having the Venezuela, the whole crypto thing. No, bro. Oh no, we're not there yet.
Korean. They tried to make it a little too adult. And they got into big trouble for it too.
Crypto-powered adult content platform Wetspace.
Really?
Wetspace? Really?
That's a thing?
She created the platform to circumvent the payment pressures that creators on platforms like OnlyFans were receiving from the banks. I started to figure out the banks really were largely in part the driving force behind some of those decisions that platforms were having to make. And so that naturally led to how do you get rid of the banks, and crypto came out like a knight in shining armor. That's probably true. So many people have been deplatformed by the banks, by PayPal, by their payment processors. And again, once they accuse you of doing naughty things, whether it's true or untrue, or supporting the wrong people, whether it's true or untrue, whatever, they basically
right now the theme is that Neon is talking about people are leaving only OF and Patreon because it's too risky. I might leave it too. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to do more with my Patreon, but I've been hearing there's better alternatives where I can actually
They were doing more than just naughty things on there. They were trying to encourage it as well.
Well, but for me, it's like I think I should leave Patreon. I might make a statement and tell my followers to go to somewhere else. But I need to find something that's a lot more reliable, because I've been hearing this Patreon thing for a while now, and when you hear enough warnings about something, you tend to stop and think, really, should I be still engaging with this thing? When you hear too many horror stories about something and you're involved with it, maybe it's best you kind of divorce yourself from it while you still have time before it gets bad. It's like when back when Cash App got frozen or something happened at Cash App where people couldn't get in their Cash App.
Scamming people.
I won't say scam. Well, they tried to do something like that, but I think they walked that back or what the hell. But I think it's time for me to start finding some new places other than just Patreon. That makes more sense. But getting people to go on other platforms other than Patreon, because every YouTuber and person knows what that is.
Wait, what were they talking about? Patreon? I just joined, so I didn't fully catch the convo.
Oh man, I am not going back. So the point is that people are thinking
maybe Twitch bits.
No, see, that's the thing. That's the problem. The problem is what Nia is saying is that because these platforms like YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, Kick, and all these other places, Patreon, are too left-leaning. Because if you're not for it, whether you're for some type of religion or you're just not for whatever your political reasons or personal reasons or whatever reason, or maybe you just don't like dealing with this shit, like what's going on with the world and how things are going, given obvious reasons of obvious groups, so-called quote-unquote marginalized groups, and you don't agree with it, or you don't want to have nothing to do with it, or even if you don't say anything out loud, you just say, hey, it's not for me, it's for thee, for not for me type stuff, and you're just being super neutral with it, that can come off as a microaggression to them and an attack on their half, because these people are usually crazy. And if they're crazy enough, they might come and harass you and your Patreon, or harass Patreon to go and take away your money, because that's how they figure it out. Because when you're someone with status, money, or something like that, they usually want to cancel you because you have money. It's not like you even because your opinion actually matters. It's just that you have money, we want it, or we want you not to be in the same level as us because we couldn't get it. So therefore, we try to cancel you, X, Y, and Z. This is what they try to do to J.K. Rowling all the time, and it always backfires them because she got fuck you money. So it's kind of like that. So no matter what they do, she wins because they're so obsessed with it's like, okay, messing with J.K. Rowling is like messing with Twitter, right? It's like reverse Twitter. She's like reverse Twitter, right? So if you go mess with J.K. Rowling because you like Harry Potter. Because first, for this to work, you have to like Harry Potter. If you like Harry Potter, you lost the game already. Because for you to like for you to know J.K. Rowling to a certain extent, you must know Harry Potter at one point. Actually, you don't actually have to know J.K. Rowling to know Harry Potter, but 9 times out of 10, if you're really into Harry Potter, you have heard this woman's name at least once.
Yet I heard people were leaving those because they were making money, and it left a lot of people pretty fumed.
Yeah, and the thing about that is that because they're fans first and activists second.
I'm going to stay on TikTok till I can, but tell me when you find another source.
Sure, no problem. Sure. I will definitely make an announcement on that. But on either all my platforms so people know. The problem is that when if you're a Harry Potter fan first, then you lost the game against J.K. Rowling, because what's gonna happen, and even if you don't play the Harry Potter video game, these same people are gonna go to Harry Potter events and Harry Potter anything just to be there. You know what I'm saying? Even if they don't like the creator, which is the stupidest thing I ever heard. Because somehow them liking Harry Potter is like, nothing wrong with you liking Harry Potter, but because they don't like her, they want her to suffer, right? Not that she's out here looking for trouble. They just go to her stuff and fuck with her all day. But the problem is that
Ryaga Samurai. The Forbidden Wizard game, LOL.
Yeah, correct. The Forbidden
I'm going to sleep
Wizard
now.
game.
Have a good day, Teach.
All right, night, Mono. Have a great night, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you. I hope my advice helped you out. But yeah, it's pretty much what that is, because once they become a fan first and then they try to destroy her second, they're too obsessed with her world of Harry Potter, and she can't be divorced by it. The only time she'll ever be divorced by it is if she dies. That's gonna be the day where those activists will start dancing and having fun with that.
Good night, Mono.
Because remember, these same activists said something wild about Akira Toriyama, and you ever rarely hear anything about this man unless he's...
I heard something about that Patreon and one other platform were starting to go at other people who were just putting opinions on there, even if they were or weren't making money. From what I've heard, it didn't go down too lightly.
Yeah, usually. And because J.K. Rowling is the way she is, if she dies tomorrow, that's when those activists are going to dance and feel like they won, which is really weird. And these same people are the same people who talk crazy about Akira Toriyama. Which, note, this man is never in the press like that unless he's dropping something Dragon Ball related or something, I don't know, Dragon Quest related. That's the only time you hear about Akira Toriyama at the time he was alive. But when this man was passing, some idiot from Sweet Baby Inc. had to put some dissing over it on their behalf. And note, the person who dissed was a person who was on suspension, came back, or while on suspension, and talked crazy about Akira Toriyama. Something about black characters. I'm like, bro, first thing, Mr. Popo isn't black. A lot of people tend to get that mixed up a lot. Mr. Popo is not black.
So you did see that Clownfish show about that?
On what? Let me see here. I'll fix that. There we go.
Snap their fingers and take your money away. They call up the bank, they call up PayPal, whatever. Creators are waking up to the fact and are becoming less dependent on intermediaries to monetize. He acknowledged that TV producers, advertisers, and brands will maintain a market share in the creator economy, but said a true peer-to-peer...
About Sweet Baby Inc. going after that person who died in Dragon Balls.
Oh, that's been around everywhere. It's not even just Clownfish. Clownfish, Ademion, Neurotic, all these people talked about it. That was the most disrespectful thing I ever seen. I'm surprised that majority of people who was into Dragon Ball... I'm surprised... Well, I'm pretty sure the person got ratio on Twitter, but I'm surprised this person didn't get attacked and doxxed at the same time. That was the wildest part I didn't understand. Because these Dragon Ball fans will throw their whole lives away for a power scaling argument, right? But like for some odd reason, the creator who made the very Dragon Ball
That
world,
even got me upset when I first heard about it.
like yeah, it upsetted me too because I was like, bro, you really have to bring that up now after this man passing? You're such a punk. Like, are you serious? Like you had to, you say something after he died. I'm pretty sure you would have said nothing the very next day. But because you heard that he died, you'd now say this?
Ryaga Samurai. Teach, I'm so glad Daquan Wilshire roasted him, lol.
Yeah, I know. And what's funny about that too is that
Says what happened.
that shows how disingenuous these activists are. So we're talking about the curatorial. Well, not really. It segued itself into that. But like, I was just talking about the incident with Sweet Baby, one of those Sweet Baby employees. I don't know why they call themselves that. That is such a stupid name. The Sweet Baby employees. One of them who was on suspension for some bullshit they caused was, I think, still was on suspension at the time or was just getting off suspension. Once they got word that Akira Toriyama passed away, that's when they started saying something around the lines of something around saying, oh, he made the worst and best black characters in anime or some crap like that. I'm like, bro, really? Who gives a shit? No, I don't even think black people give a shit. No one gives a shit if this man drew the best black characters in his show. No one was talking about this. This man passed. Let it go.
Says
If it
what?
were me, I would have punched him. They couldn't just let the man who passed be respected, but by making fun of him.
No, these people are evil like that. That's
not cool.
They did that same shit to someone else, if I remember right. They did the same thing to the person from Berserk. They did the same shit to Stan Lee. They did that shit to Stan Lee when he passed too. Not the Sweet Baby, but I'm pretty sure they could have been them too. But like, they did the same shit to Stan when he passed away. That was so fucked up. They said he was some type of, a P word and this, that, and the third. After he died, 2 days, they started saying he was all these things, X, Y, and Z. I'm like, bro, you guys are really, really reaching right now. You guys have nothing to report. You have nothing important to report. Except a dead man that you don't even know, and you're just going by allegations that you just made up because you could. You guys are evil. That's why people don't take journalists seriously. I'm glad everyone's taking your jobs.
Arian.
Hey, yo.
They're asking for trouble by doing that.
I know, they're stupid.
Payment infrastructure like blockchain is the next logical step for creators.
No,
I think that's probably true. The more people you can take out of the mix, the fewer people that have their hands on your money, the better off you are for a number of reasons. One, they're going to take a cut every time. And this is happening this is happening in crowdfunding right now too. Crowdfunding, we ran into a situation, and we're not in danger of being deplatformed. I mean, we're not very political. We really aren't. And my politics are pretty mild, but we ran into a situation with Indiegogo where, for whatever reason, they decided they were going to hold funds on one of our books for like over a month.
Gee, money was going on.
And I'm like, that sucks, because then it pushed everything back, the production pipeline. It pushed everything back because I didn't have the money to. I mean, I had the money to pull the trigger, but I didn't want to because I'm like, I don't know if they're going to pay me. I'm going to be stuck paying for this stuff. And I have no idea what is going on here. I might have to refund everybody. I don't know what's going to happen. And
hold on
so they
second.
Finally released the money after I sent them an
We're
email.
doing
I was like, hey,
just to be clear, I'm doing a podcast / reaction thing. I do this every time I'm doing live. If you want to be part of that conversation, come over here on Twitch, YouTube, or you can watch it and hear it on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, or Trovo. No matter which one you pick, you can come over here if you like, or so. So right now we're listening to what Neon's saying on Clownfish TV, and then we're going to move to another creator, and then we're going to move to one other creator that's on about manga recommendations, and then we're going to go play Genshin.
What is up with this? Like, I've been in limbo for a month, and that makes me nervous. So I think our next book, we're probably just gonna start it on our own website, on the Shop Clownfish site, and do it.
Did you know
I think that's going to be I think in my head that's going to be the breakthrough way of how you can get your money and protect yourself from big tech destroying your shit. So the best way to do this is probably, this is going to be the most annoying part.
Says so if I go over to YouTube and watch what you're doing right now, we'll be able to hear what they're.
Correct.
Says saying.
Correct. Come over here. Like, Ari's watching from, I think, Twitch. I think Bry's watching from YouTube. I think someone else is watching from Trovo. You can even watch from, and Cooper's here. You can watch from the YouTube Shorts section if you like, if you rather that instead. You can see it and watch it. It's a little box next to me. I tried not to make it big because I don't want to get like flagged up because, you know, it has to be transformative, and this is the best transformative way to do it.
It'll make money, but I'm not sure how safe it is.
I think
maybe for a while, but I've heard those can backfire if not handled correctly.
Well, like, this is how I think of it. If everyone has their own website, that just
Trevor
puts.
Grant. Hi.
Hey, Trev. Okay, he's back. Okay, he's here. So, like, if everyone has their own centralized website, you can't get fucked with, right? You can't get messed with. No one can't stop you with your money. They can't take your money away to a certain extent. The only thing that's going to be a pain in the ass is keeping up the upkeep on that website, but that's pretty much it. You don't have to worry about someone, like, you know, well, the only thing is probably DDoS attacks, and that's it. But if you can, I'm pretty sure there's a reach around on that too. But, like, other than that, if you have your own website, you don't have to worry about being deplatformed because you have your own damn website. They can't take it from you. You can't have any issue.
Hello, fellow Twitch viewers and teach. I'm back now, Thiven 8 Bongo.
Ah, okay. Welcome back, bro. Hold on. Oops. Hey, play.
Fans that, you know, get into fingering your money. Right? Because they do. And a lot of times they'll sit on your money for a while because they get interest.
Then they have to make sure their site is correct, accurate.
They're spending your back,
etc., etc.
Yeah, I know.
From some I've seen from experience can get hacked if they smell money or something else.
Yeah, it's
numerous people have told me this, so that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, the upkeep can
Trevor
get crazy.
Grant.
Yeah, the upkeep can get crazy. Money to pay their bills,
Grant.
you know, and you have to wait
Fingering
to get that
your
money. And then they take
crazy.
a fat cut for doing nothing. I mean, they really don't do much of anything that you can't do on your own. But I digress. So here are a couple more. Proof of Peach, Sexton, and Keyhole.
What?
They're all
Trevor
working in the
Grant.
Web3 space.
Don't worry about me. I'm
there's
just
an inevitable
acting weird.
future where we will no longer. There will no longer be any intermediaries between fans and creators. This is obvious, but unrealized potential of blockchain technology. This actually happened before. So before Patreon was a thing, before crowdfunding was a thing, webcomics creators actually did subscription models. Podcasters did subscriptions like through PayPal and stuff. And you had PayPal involved, but they weren't as strict as they are now.
LMAO.
But you didn't have that extra layer because now it's like you've got PayPal and, you know, Patreon or Indiegogo or Kickstarter, whoever involved in the mix. So again, the more people you have between you and your money, the more chance there is that somebody can
take it,
you know, break that chain and you don't get paid. And so I think in the future, probably the only way to make sure that, you know, it's not even going to be, I don't even think it's going to be people doing dicey content. I think anybody that actually wants to get paid and not have to give away a portion of their income to people that don't do anything, the best way to do that is to set up direct payment. You know, we need more of that. We need to be more, you know, we need to be more focused on trying to make sure that, you know, everybody's looking at crowdfunding, especially as kind of an advertising platform. And I don't think it works that way. I mean, people get really mad when they launch a crowdfunder and nobody knows who they are and nobody backs it. And it's like, yeah, it's because you don't have the audience. They're not going to push anybody to your project, right? You're going to have to push your audience to wherever you want them to pay you, you know, or how you want them to pay you for your services. And, you know, it's, again, I think if you have a sizable platform, there's no reason why you need to have all these intermediaries, you know, cutting in your money. I mean, geez, YouTube, part of the reason we don't do the YouTube subscriptions, you know, is because they take like, what, 40%? You do a super chat, they take like 35, 40% or something like that. Some crazy amount of money. So your fans think they're paying you directly. And, you know, the platform's taking a huge cut. Now, the flip side of that is you have the platform because, you're on the platform. But you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's the same with Twitch too, I think. It's like they take like almost half your income. It's absolutely insane. So yeah, I think the only way that we're going to be able to fix a lot of the issues that we're seeing now with people getting deplatformed or you know, having their monetization snapped away is to do more in this space. I just thought this is pretty interesting. I saw it on several websites that they were talking about it, that more and more creators, whether you're doing adult entertainment or comic books or whatever, it's all the same thing, right? You're creating content, and you run the risk of losing access to your funds anytime you bring somebody else into the mix. So it's food for thought. Definitely think about setting up an alternative. Do not, I'm telling you right now, do not put all your eggs. Do not put all your eggs into the Patreon basket. This thing is going to break very, very soon. It's not a good deal, guys. Like they for years were trying to be like, yeah, we want to centralize all creator payments on Patreon. Do not.
No.
If you don't have a Patreon now, I would tell you, find another alternative, because they've proven themselves to be untrustworthy on so many levels. Now they're trying to get you to sell digital stuff on Patreon. You can do that yourself.
The fuck?
Too. You don't need them. You really don't need them. And they're not doing anything for
Trevor
you.
Grant.
You're basically pushing your audience over
exactly
there
why most
and letting
streamers,
them
instead of asking
monetize.
people to send them bits, tell them to send the money to their Cash App instead.
Yeah, that's why.
I've heard
but
if they want to add extra people to their funds, they have to go through a lot of paperwork and like agreement stuff before it's legal.
yeah, because like what he's actually saying is that what we need is not, because what he's saying is that he's trying to get away from the idea of centralized, like I think you want decentralized and then centralized donations, because centralized donations like the TikToks, the Twitch, the bits, TikTok subscribers, you're sharing money amongst, I can't talk about that, but you're sharing money amongst the other companies to a certain extent, right? And you want to get 100% of your money. You don't want to even share it. You don't want to share 90% of it, 60% of it, whatever. So he's saying have like a straight to donation to you type talk. That's what he's saying. Like without no middleman. He's saying the less middleman you have, the better off you're going to be, and you don't have to worry about you being canceled. So like, let's just say you have a certain hot take that they don't like. Let's just say we're talking about Sweet Baby Inc. and they love Sweet Baby Inc. for whatever reason, right? And then I say something that they don't like, they can stop my money at any moment, because even like, let's just say something like Cash App. Let's just say, I don't know if Cash App has any political standings. I'm pretty sure in some form, because it's run by Facebook, right? So, and Mark Zuckerberg is known to be pretty left-leaning. So like the fact that if I say something wrong, they can actually stop my money from coming to me because I was a mean person on the internet. I'm pretty sure there's other ways of getting around that, for them to get around that without just outright saying it to you. But they'll make up some lie saying, oh, there's some type of processing problem or something to that extent to just fuck with you. So like, this is what he's saying.
If you're sharing the money, does that mean when you pay it gets separated to the other groups that are connected to the other payment methods, they get an equal share of the donation that's donated?
No.
Or is it split?
No, it's split depending on the agreement.
Be a support hero today.
So like for YouTube, it'll be, I
like
think,
/donation and
if I remember right, I think
App.
it's 70-30. And for Twitch, I think it's 40-60 now. It's 40 for me, 60 for Twitch, I think, or some shit like that. People was pissed when they changed the policy of the whole like sharing money. And that's where the problem comes in. You don't want to be sharing your money with some billion-dollar company anyway. So I'm saying like, that's the point.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
This is where, yeah, that's where the problem comes in. I can't talk about it because it's going to cause trouble on my behalf on YouTube, on TikTok, but I can talk about more later. But no, I'll probably
as your audience, for themselves, and then hopefully they pay you. Hopefully they give you your money that your fans gave you at some point. I don't know. I'm gonna wrap this up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. We'll talk later.
That sucks. All right, so that was Clownfish TV. They're fleeing OF and Patreon. This is not only just Patreon; it's Patreon and OF and other platforms like this. So they're thinking of doing something more decentralized, where you get directly the money from your fans directly to you. It's not this I'm sharing money amongst this company type stuff. All right, so we're going to go to the next one. But like, share, follow, and comment. I hope to see you guys in the next one and later. All right, so over here we have Endymion, and Endymion has Sweet Baby Writer's Panic. As
I just hope that convo didn't get you into a little trouble. Teach LOL.
It did last
Trevor
time.
Grant. They're just stealing your money. 4060 is crazy.
They did last time. This is why I said to this is why when I made this conversation I got banned. Well, I got suspended, but it was suspension. It was not harsh, but it was a suspension for like 1 week. When I was explaining to my viewers on how the whole gift system works. This is why when hold on. This is why when you're having certain conversations,
hush LOL.
No, it's like this is how it works. So if if you guys spend $20 of gifts on me, you didn't spend $20, right? You spend a quarter of that 20, so I get $5, and then TikTok and the others get, they get more. They get the 75. I get 25 of every gift. So if a gift is like, say $5, I get $1.50. You know what I'm saying? This is why I say, guys, go to the Cash App. Don't go to the gifts. But this is why, I'm saying that, because that's split between TikTok and the agency. So yeah. All right.
I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices due to inflation. They said yes.
What's up, everyone? It's Endymion, and things have gone from crazy to insane in a really short period of time. Not only has the entire discourse surrounding the baby gone nuclear, but now it's
I was being smooth. So Endymion's doing this video here saying Sweet Baby Writers Panic as Gamergate 2 goes absolutely N. Plus racist consulted bans white developers. That's crazy.
What's up, everyone? It's Endymion, and things have gone from crazy to insane in a really short period of time. Not only has the entire discourse surrounding the baby gone nuclear, but now it's attracted some legit organizations involved as well. From Homeland Security getting involved with and officially calling what's happening right now as Gamergate 2, an ex-Sweet Baby writer being exposed for being openly racist, a game developer article proving themselves wrong, and more examples. There's a ton to go over today, so let's just start with that Homeland Security story because it's wild. From Bounding Into Comics, we have this article titled, US Government-Funded Nonprofit Take This Response to Sweet Baby Inc. Backlash, by calling on video game industry to clearly and unequivocally denounce Gamergate. Firstly, let's properly understand what the hell is going on here. Homeland Security has many branches to their organization, with each specializing in different kinds of threats or security. In terms of video games, one of these branches is a non-profit organization called Take This, which according to them they are described as a mental health organization providing comprehensive resources, support, and consultation tailored for the unique needs of the game development community. So they're kind of like a gigantic therapist group that exists to mediate and help video game studios and the developers within them come to terms with and understand the discourse that's targeting them. This could be from
Another one! Unnecessary piece of shit
Trevor
company!
Grant.
Another one!
Low-key Ryan Reynolds is the only guy that I would actually be with. Pause.
Jesus Christ.
mail, DMs, and harassment campaigns, to name a few. Of course, Take This has officially declared what is happening to Sweet Baby Inc. as being a targeted harassment campaign, and they even unironically referred to it as Gamergate 2. Which I remember making a thumbnail before when this first started with those exact words on it, and to be honest with you, that thumbnail was kind of a joke. I didn't think it would explode like this. But here we are, fellas. We are officially...
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Big Wireless
Picking up the devil.
once again raised their prices.
an era of Gamergate, it seems. Which, need I remind you, the first Gamergate happened because bad actors within games attempted to strong-arm their influence into the industry. Then after years of silence, their power and ideologies have all but found their way into pretty much every single Western gaming studio imaginable. And with companies like Sweet Baby, Weird Ghost, Baby Ghost, Cozy Comet, and more, which were all started by and funded by Eileen Holoka and Jenny Faber, two individuals who unironically refer to themselves as white settlers living on indigenous land in Canada. So
I bet you those same settlers, how they claim to be, will not give those same people their shit. That was so funny when I saw that on TikTok, on Twitch. So these people in Australia claim that they're living on indigenous land, right? They're living on a building, and like I think they're living in a building or apartment, right? Or apartment building, right? And the indigenous what do you call it? Aborigine people saw the sign saying, it literally says on the building, "This is stolen land," and we acknowledge that it's stolen land, right? The Aborigine people went next door to buy a bunch of Aborigine traditional clothing, came back to the building, knocked at the door, asked the people if they are living here, and they said yes, and they happened to be white. And what's funny is they said, "We saw your sign over there, and it says that you guys are acknowledging that this is our land or some shit, right?" And the white people said, "Yes, it is, technically, because they're the ones who put it up there." This is where when you go woke, you go stupid and broke, or at least go stupid. But when you go woke. But the funny thing is, when they pointed out that they saw the sign and the people agreed that it's their land, they said, "Oh, so since you say this is our land, as you claim, as woke as you are," they said, "you can you let us sleep over or stay for a couple of days, maybe a few weeks to a month, since this is technically our place, as you claim." Right? These woke individuals, these woke white people said that it was okay to said it was their land, right? And as soon as the Aborigines came around and actually asked for their shit back, right? As they claim, these woke people said no. They said no, we can't do that. And they said, "Why not?" They said, "Because even though we acknowledge this is yours, this is technically ours." I'm like, whoa, hold up. You can't play that game. It's either theirs or not. Because you said you acknowledge it, you put it on the wall for everyone to see. The very people saw that very thing that you posted in rallying up for them. They came, they asked for their shit back, and the same people who claim that evil coloners took their shit is not giving back the stuff that they claim coloners took. That's weird. It's odd. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to virtue signal as hard as you could to give these people back what they have been stolen, as you claim? Why you are against not giving it to them? Did you not put the sign on the wall for everyone to see outside your own house, acknowledging that this is stolen? So what's the problem? Why wouldn't you give them back their shit?
Ryaga Samurai. Well, can we have it back? No, you're good, bro, lol.
Exactly. Exactly. Bride just summed up in that one sentence. Literally.
Why does this conversation sound
strangely familiar? You might look it up on Twitter. It was really funny when I ran into it. It made me laugh so hard. I'm like, this is why you don't virtue signal, because it's usually fake. It's 90% of the time, no, 98% of the time fake. These people have no conviction whatsoever. They just want to sound like they're some type of savior half the time, and it's not true. They're not trying to save anyone. They're not trying to help anyone.
Arian. It's more than familiar. I've heard this topic before more than once.
There's a YouTube video. You can go check it yourself. It was in Australia. It was really funny. I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, wow, when you go woke...
Self-hatred and virtue signaling not only runs deep, but it emanates from individuals like this who consider themselves white saviors. And before anyone tries to say what I'm doing or saying here is somehow harassment, it isn't. I'm simply showing you what's going on here and who's involved. I didn't start these companies, I didn't make the awful decisions that are plaguing video games today. But of course, many in the games industry will have you believe that all of this was started by the players themselves and not the other way around. As always, whenever bad actors get ousted, they run hit pieces and campaigns to change the narrative surrounding the situation. And if you go to any of these mainstream media news outlets who've come in defense of Sweet Baby and others, they all conveniently forget why this Gamergate 2 nonsense is happening to begin with. They like to say it was because of a Steam curator tool that compiles which games they worked on. But that tool would have just been something small and whatever if nobody paid any attention to it. Of course, instead, Chris Kindred, who works at Sweet Baby, attempted to strong-arm Steam into banning the tool and then banning the user as well.
Yep. If they just ignored it, this wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have got even half the buzz it did. It probably had, what, maximum 5 to 10,000 people. It would have been stuck there at 5 to 10,000. That's not a lot. But now it's at 200,000 or probably more.
Which then, of course, the Streisand effect happened, and now we are where we are. So none of this would have happened had a Sweet Baby employee not tried to use their influence to silence a user on Steam. It was never the other way around. Of course, you have this now infamous article from GameDeveloper.com titled, "Why are Valve and Discord permitting harassment against Sweet Baby Inc.? Steam and Discord are being used as a home base for hateful reactionaries to single out and harass game developers." This article, which is written by this person, Bryant Francis, attempts to, like the rest of the games industry, try to paint what's happening as a harassment campaign that evolved out of nowhere. But like I said, we know why it began in the first
Trevor
place.
Grant.
What I find very
Because
interesting...
at the end of the day, everybody wants to seem better than what they actually are.
Yes. It's true. We all do it. But to pretend like you don't do it?
Ariane. It's true.
It's
They
very
tried
much
to play
true.
the victim too.
It's wild. It is fucking wild.
Is within this very same article on GameDev.com, they prove that the Steam Curator tool itself does nothing nefarious or illegal whatsoever. They said in their own article here, "When word of the curation group Sweet Baby Inc. detected first surfaced on social media, it seemed like a joke. What was the point of making a curation page detecting games that a consulting company worked on, especially when the games are listed on their site?" Thank you, Brian, for proving the very point thousands of
So
players around-
stupid! So stupid! Think about it. We put in a curator to let you know what games they're working on. So it lets people who don't care for them not play their game. They complain about people knowing about that to Steam. The same people who claim that that's harassment goes on their website and put those same games on their website. To let people know what games they worked on. Man, when you're woke, I don't think brains really like the synapses that are not working. It's not really running up there, huh? It's not really running up there, huh? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. Ain't that funny?
Ariane. Yeah, then if I remember accurately, Sweet Baby Inc. tried to beg them and convince people they were innocent and being harassed in numerous ways and forms, and the people were not having it.
Yep.
They eventually told them to shut up about it too.
Yep.
The world are trying to get through your thick skulls. Exactly, the tool itself does nothing bad, since it does, like you say, just compiles a list of games that Sweet Baby's founders compile themselves on their own website of their own free will. There are plenty of tools on Steam. Some compile lists of every game that has de nouveau. You'll also find tools that compile every game that Activision has worked on, or Square Enix, or whichever other developer or publisher too. None of these tools are inherently bad. They are simply specialized versions of search engine optimizations that any consumer on Steam can use to more effectively sift through the thousands of games that are on Steam. And stuff like de nouveau, which is an anti-tamper and digital management system, basically anti-cheat is what it is, so you can track all the games that have de nouveau in it. Yet even if some may look at de nouveau and frown upon it, Denuvo's developers obviously didn't attack anyone for making the curator tool in the first place, because if they did, then obviously it would have sparked controversy industry-wide. When it comes to Sweet Baby, compiling their games is again not harassment if they do it themselves too. The only reason why this would be seen as bad in their eyes is because they don't want people to know which games they've worked on. And if they were actually proud of their work and knew what they were doing was for the betterment of the video games industry, then it would be fine. But they know, as you and I do, that what they're doing is largely disingenuous and has actively made many games worse in response. And other consulting groups like Black Girl Gamers, which worked on Forspoken, obviously were paid to work on Square Enix's game. And all they ended up doing was making an unlikable asshole of a main character in Frey. And the users can't be blamed for why characters like Frey are unlikable, since her existence, mannerisms, identity, and everything was controlled, molded, and finalized by Black Girl Gamers,
They did
who
go
obviously,
after the
as their
curator
name
tools
suggests,
that were made, but they did it secretly only to be proved that they were perfectly harmless.
they specialize in black character consulting. It's also suspicious that, of course, games that have been worked on by Sweet Baby have closed studios like Volition when it came to Saints Row's remake. And they've tanked other franchises with nonsense like Suicide Squad as well. So clearly, pretty much unanimously across the board, everything they work on just gets worse and even sometimes results in hundreds of people losing their jobs and the entire studio going under. One of the biggest outspoken people on this entire thing has been Grums over on Twitter. He led the original team that made World of Warcraft into the global phenomenon that it was and produced games like Diablo and StarCraft. He was recently on the Quartering's channel talking about this stuff, and I won't show everything he said here of course, but here's just a small bit that kind of shows you why we are where we are, so please listen.
It's not that gamers are, upset about, oh, hey, we have some diversity in the game. It's actually the way that they go about it, with pure tokenism, with phoning in weak characters instead of creating strong new characters. And more importantly, it's about a vindictiveness to destroy the past, to destroy the IP, to ignore the source material, and to
it's ultimately it's what the ultimate goal, the ultimate goal among all of this is just to come after the white man. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's literally what all this is about. Let's just be honest here. That's literally what it is.
Correct.
That's ultimate everything from there's two things. It's three things. Hold on. Is the attack on the white hetero Christian male. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Literally, that's what it is. Literally, that's what it is. It's the attack on the white man specifically. Why do you think all the time, majority of the time, it's just, why is it all the time it's saying, white straight male, cis white straight male? Every time when that term is coming up, it's hateful. From them. It's never positive. They never advocate for a strong white male. They either if they get a white male, he's either saying sorry all the time, or he's weak, beta male, or weird, or strange, or just make things, or just go with things just because. It's like what happened, what they did to Peter in Spider-Man 2. It is what it is. That's literally what this ultimately, all this ESG is just to kill the white straight male.
Not to bring it to a racial standpoint, but every time there's a comment like that, it's always a white person.
Oh, yes, that's what makes this.
That I'm like, here comes the BS.
This is what makes this even more sickening. It's not even coming most from minorities. It's coming from other white people. That's what makes this very strange. It's like if a bunch of black guys, like if a black guy said the same exact thing about his own race, he'll be ousted almost instantly. instantly with almost like with even with context, you would be destroyed by your own community.
Why do they always go after us white people? I don't remember if we offended them, but we must have caught
No,
coming
no,
from
it's
us
not.
full force.
It's not a
Or I'm
minority.
just a little stupid.
It's not a minority against a white person thing. It's a white person against white person thing. That's ultimately what this is all about. It is a white on white problem. Remember this, because these institutions are funded by white people most of the time, right? Like straight up white people. Most of the time. 90% of the time. And they're making the choices to say, no, we're not going to have no straight, hetero, strong male. Why do you think something like Reacher is making so much money on Amazon,
I'm
Prime?
just trying to figure out what we could have done to have offended
There's
them.
nothing you could have done. This was just, what's happening is that this is just a underbelly problem that's been swelling for so long with a mix. Hold on. Yes, it is. Yes, it's happy. Sorry, I'm on mute real quick. I'm talking about something. The issue is that it's all about anything that has a ism at the end hates white people. Feminism, transgenderism, all these isms that is very annoying or woke hates white men specifically. If it doesn't affect a white man, they don't pay attention to it. If it does have any inkling of a white, why do you think D&D sucks? Number one people who are doing it is white people. That's why.
Crazy.
They weaponize mental illness to destroy white men and traditional norms. It just is what it is. This is why you have these weirdos running up on children and saying crazy and bringing up these ideologies that they know is wrong, but because it goes against the Judeo-Christianity / traditional ideals of common fucking sense, they will have a problem with you. This is why they can say, this is why in South Park, when I think it was Kenny, no, not Kenny, it was Stan, I think it was Stan. Stan made or was it? I think it was Stan. Stan pointed out about the racial changes of all the women, and that's when the principal said, maybe there's not a problem with them, maybe there's a problem with you for stating the obvious shit that's in front of you. That's what's happening. So if you have common sense, they go after you, your children, and anything. Like, if you're a minority, this is why people don't like Kyle. Because if you are a minority and you're speaking facts, honesty, and being fair amongst not only minorities, people of orientation, and even white people, you are hated. Because you have to walk down that line of being evil to white people and always propping up anything that is opposite of what the white male is. That's literally what all this is about. So if white man likes video games, change everything. If white man likes D&D, change everything. If white man likes this, change it. Because I don't see a bunch of woke people going up on black people and trying to change how they do things. They don't. They leave them the fuck alone, or they encourage it if it's destructive. It's either one of those two things. Like, for instance, how many times do you hear white women complain about black men playing dice? You don't. You hear a bunch of white women complain how evil white men are when they're playing D&D with dice.
People can't even be normal anymore if we try to fight them as well.
Yes, and if you have an opinion that doesn't run with that narrative, you are the problem. That's the problem. That's ultimately the issue. This is what all this is about. It's about to destroy the white heterosexual male. It's rooted in any Christian Judeo type thinking and logic, out the window. This is why we have these things happening today. That's just literally the facts of it all. So this is why when you play your video games and something feels very off, it's that. That's literally the facts of it. Okay, I'm unmuting myself. All right, there we go.
Beloved characters in some sort of.
There's a simple rice hack anyone can use to dissolve their belly fat almost overnight. Did you know that you can pee out fat?
Ew,
most people don't know
disgusting.
Fitful rage that we don't understand and is very disingenuous. And I think
no, we know where that rage is coming from. Grums is playing. I don't even think he's towing the line.
How come they go after males so much and not so much after females, though?
Because females is the driving force. Because
Trevor
it's easy like this.
What?
It's easy like this. Okay, hold on, let me mute myself. Okay, so it's easy like this. The reason why all these LGBT stuff is going on is because the female is okay with it. Think about it. Feminism is okay with this. If feminism wasn't okay with this, you wouldn't have LGBT running around the way they're
Fair
doing.
Point. I never thought about it that way.
Because think of it this way: if women really did not like something, they will let you know it, and men will have to turn their idea. This is why you have simps running around saying X, Y, and Z for women. But those same women who are okay, perfect example. Feminist women will not date masculine men who won't
Trevor Grant,
do their bullshit.
You have to meet yourself so you don't get in trouble.
Yeah, pretty much.
Face with tears of joy.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. But the point is that if they do not, a lot of feminists do not get with men who are masculine and not going to toe with their bullshit, right? But you'll have a bunch of simps do the same, will vow for a woman who they know is crazy, but because they have not been with a woman for a while, or whatever the case may be, they think it's going to work. And 9 times out of 10, it doesn't. And then they neckbeard their way through and then try to think they can get a woman. And then when the woman don't want them, they'll say, I did everything. I try to be an ally. Da, 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 da. This ally word came from them. And then the LGBT started using that term. And then everyone's just started using that as a form to say, I'm on your side. Why do we have to be allies? We're not on war. What
I'm
the fuck?
surprised the males who fight this hate it, but they can accept a woman who accepts this. I'm surprised they can even tolerate it, TBH.
No, because if they tolerate it, they'll get
out accept it cause they feel lower than women.
No, yes, because what happens is the stupidness is that most men there are more lonely men than they are non-lonely men. And because men are more lonely, they will do everything in their power to have a woman in their life, whether it's for a time or for permanency. Right? So this is how it's okay, I don't know if you ever experienced this, but have you ever played a video game or seen guys play video game when there's like 10 guys, let's say there's 10 guys in a room, or let's say 6. There's 6 guys in a Xbox lobby. Once one of those guys bring a female into the lobby, you notice that some of them change how they respond in normalcy? That's what I'm talking about. They don't act the same. I act the same with my mods as if I'm talking to my viewers and be honest with them. I do the same shit with my girlfriend, and some shit gets me in trouble with that, but I don't give a flying shit. I have to tell the honest truth.
By using commands like /donation and /cash.
You know what I'm saying? This is why.
Well, women can come off a little intimidating, lol.
No, but that's not it. It's not them being intimidated. Women are actually not intimidating. The issue is that because men are so low in their self-esteem, most of them, they will do what a woman says. So that's why, let's put it this way. If a woman ran up on a dude and slapped him across the face, everyone is just going to laugh, take their phone, and say, yeah, you go, girl. Right?
Trevor Grant.
If that same dude said the same fucking thing,
acting different,
they will
flow. Because I shouldn't have to act different over somebody.
You shouldn't. Be yourself, bro. Don't let no fucking woman, dude, family member make you change who you are. Stay as your lane. If you stay in your lane as yourself, you will get to where you need to be as an individual. Straight up. I'm not even kidding. You don't need to do that. I got my girlfriend the normal way of being my fucking self. I can tell her, yes, you look fat in that dress. Move on to the next dress. That yellow polka dot dress, that shit looks awful. Put on the black and white one with the stripes. She will do it because I'm being honest.
They know what men are capable of, so that's why they freak out more. It's just a suspicion, though.
No, I don't think so. I think because they know they have men. Because this is why there's women who are conventionally not good looking. Has said they have dudes in their DMs. That bolsters up the head of the Western woman like no one's business. I said this back when we was watching that manga about the woman who saw her picture of herself with her boyfriend.
Grant. Calling her out like that is crazy.
But like, I'm dead serious. I'm Axer. I've done this. But the point is that I was being honest. You have to be honest. Because if you're not honest, they won't take... This is why women will take... This is why the feminists will fuck the dude on the first night who is... I won't say the word alpha male. I think that's really cringe. The dude who's honest with them in the sense of, yeah, that, like, they will argue. They love the guy who they can argue with and can't control compared to the dude who they can control. Because the person they control, they don't take seriously. Think about it. Why do you think most feminists fuck the dude on the first day when it's the dude who ain't for their cause? Because they know their cause is shit half the time. Not all the time, but half the time. And I'm pretty sure some feminists can say, yeah, some of the shit we kind of push is kind of stupid. And destructive.
The opposite genders are an interesting combination, lol.
You know what I'm saying? It's not because he's a great alpha male. It's the honesty that comes with it. This is why dudes who are usually in prison dudes who are usually who's not really that great as in a relationship lover tends to get more girls because he's very honest because there's nothing to lose. The dude who don't get girls usually feel like they're losing something because their self-respect is gone. Once that's gone, they lose everything and start acting out and say, why girls don't like me, X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. It's true. And this is no red pill talk. This is like psychology straight up. Women go for dudes who they can't control. Why do you think feminists wants a dude who's more over them? They don't want a dude who's the same as them. They want a dude who's over them in whether finances, physicality, just overall thinking and everything. That's why. This is why you can watch fucking you can have the hooker and the college grad say the same fucking thing feminist wise. You'll be in two different economic situations and say the same fucking thing as if that's for them. That's not good. That is very strange and odd. The only reason this hatred is happening is because white men didn't put this in check in the sense of, you know, we understand there's diversity and that's needed, but shoehorning things that didn't exist does not make it work. What could have worked is say, okay, I'm gonna write a story about a DC hero who happens to be black or X, Y, and Z or say Hispanic, whatever, right? And what you can do is make them feel interesting and authentic, right? You can do that. Stanley has done this many times. He's an old white dude. And I'm pretty sure he asks some questions to other minorities and stuff, but not to a point where he has to be scared to do it. When you're scared to ask someone who you're trying to prop up, that's not diversity. That's just straight up superiority and that's just oppressionism in its finest, and you don't even know it. That's what's sad about this. That's what's really sad about this. This is not a hate speech response. This is really what's going on in gaming. The reason why your games suck is because feminists hates white men because they can't control them. Or they're trying to control them to put everything in there. And then they use the LGBT or the vice versa to each other as a vehicle to do what they want. So that's why you have Batman crying about his feelings, some other heroes, some type of orientation. Spider-Man's constantly saying sorry because he's I don't know. He's always saying sorry for some odd reason, right? This is why do you think both Reacher from Amazon Prime is making so much headway and money for them right now? A masculine, traditional, white, straight, blonde-haired, probably blue-eyed male is making a lot of money on Amazon Prime on I think is a thriller, on the Reacher
I don't
series.
mind telling men they're cool and all that, except it tends to get to their head and then their egos tend to go a little crazy, lol.
Yeah, but that's very rare. Like, it's very rare men can just be their ego, because once you put them on the internet, they start shifting because they don't want to be canceled. You can have more women saying more insane shit. I've heard more women say more insane shit to men, and women who are not even qualified to be saying shit to men in the slightest be saying shit to men. Like, you could be a woman with 19 kids, overweight, totally like just not conventionally good looking, and just an asshole all the way, and still think she deserves a man that makes 6 figures. That exists. But a man who's streaming every day to make it to where he needs to be, if he gets $5 that day.
What do you mean they don't want to be cancelled? You
Okay.
confused me.
So what I'm saying by cancel is they don't want to be canceled by their family and friends and ousted because you said something. Say for instance, you gassed up their ego. They say, oh, and they say something to you that boosts their ego even more, like something like a slick line or some cheesy ass line that makes them sound like an asshole, right? Because now they're propped up. But once you take out your phone and say, hey, this man is being a misogynist, he's going to start walking away and everything.
Arian.
Straight up.
Oh, so like a fear of rejection.
Not even fear of rejection of you, it's fear of rejection about everyone else. Because now this internet exists, what's happening is that
Says Meep.
women and everyone else around them, or not just women, but just everyone else around them who's not a white straight male, can pull up their phones and say he's being some type of ist, right? And there's nothing he can do about it because white men are seen as this demon at all costs, no matter what. If it was the same thing with like a black man, it wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. If a white woman said, "Oh, this black man's being misogynist against me," no one's gonna give a fuck. It's gonna like last for 24 hours and that's it. When the white guy does it, it's gonna last for the rest of either his life, depending if he's famous. If it's just a basic white guy, a week or two, month or a couple, depending on how viral it goes, or how many people see it, or how many people talk about it, or how many family and friends see it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. This is why you are having this problem. And this is what Grums is saying.
We are more than what you see. We are complex. We are profound.
And to tear apart these...
I'm not saying anything off that Kyle hasn't said.
Arian. What's worse is if you claim to be a harasser and the police have evidence against them, they can fight like you'd never seen. And they try to act all innocent too.
Well, sometimes you don't need to have evidence. There's this saying. Yeah.
Says, are you muted?
Yes, I'm muted on purpose. You don't have to have evidence if you're a dude, if you're a female. You can just, we have a policy say believe all women no matter what. And even if we have evidence that you didn't do it, you won't go to jail. That's the thing, you don't go to jail if you make an accusation. The accusation is just good enough for his life to be ruined. This happened to Vic Mignogna. This happened to several celebrities who was accused of something and there was no evidence brought up whatsoever, or in a trial.
Says that's a stupid policy, but there's no way anybody can abuse that.
The only people who can abuse that is usually... Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, look it up. Look it up. Look at Vic Mignogna. Type in Vic Mignogna. See the whole Vic Mignogna situation. He was accused of something he did not do. There was no evidence in the slightest. And now he's ousted from the voice acting community completely. Completely. And not only that, they went to court on that very thing. He sued the people who made this lie. And the people who he was suing had witnesses say he did this. And the witness even... Somehow she managed to get a witness to talk for her on her behalf on what he said or did to her. And the witness said that never happened. It was the most funniest thing I ever saw. Bro. She handpicked this individual to represent her as a witness of this man's behavior, and the dude said he never did that. This is no different from the whole Johnny Depp thing. The only reason Johnny Depp got away from this situation is because he was Johnny Depp. But if this was any strange man, nah, it wouldn't work. It's only because a lot of people genuinely like Johnny Depp and celebrities who spoke for him. Jason Momoa.
Most the time is just for clout.
Yeah, majority of the time it's for clout, and most of them make it up. I remember. Okay, hold on, let me mute this.
It's true. He was accused or Rooster Teeth and Sony because of S3X accusations.
Like, let me use an example. Back in, I think, 2017, I think a girl accused a whole, I think 5 or 7 football team members from some high school said they graped. They graped her or something. And it came to show that it never happened. But it never happened. She actually said she made it up. I think she only said she made it up because she was mad at her boyfriend.
Ariane. Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
She said she was mad. I think she was mad at her boyfriend or something, and she made up that these dudes did this. Not only that, they lost everything. They lost their scholarships. They lost everything. And even when it was proven, and she said on record it was a lie, they still was considered problematic. They was still considered
Ariane.
Not welcome back at the school.
I heard she was mad at her boyfriend and
she wanted attention. Yes.
Prosterth1ST. What are you drawing?
Oh, I'm just drawing happy here.
Trevor Grant. What?
Yeah, that happened. She said she was mad at her boyfriend because she wanted attention. He was not giving her attention. So she made up a lie that these dudes did this to her, and it was 6 or 7 dudes. She said they all, at once at her, and then after that, they went to court because they all lost their. They was kicked out of school.
Insane way for attention, sheesh.
They all got kicked out of school. It was expelled. I think they was totally expelled from school for their actions. They lost all their scholarships going to Harvard or one of these Penn State and all these other universities. I think they lost some extra opportunities for them to hit the NFL or something like that. And when she was on the stand, she literally said, "I made it up." She sat there, and then she was not arrested. She was not prosecuted. She was nothing. She walked out of there. These boys, and she got to go to college and everything, and she got to do her scholarship and everything. Actually, she got more accolades and more opportunities after the lie than after the fact. She got rewarded for being a victim. And what this taught a bunch of people over time from 17 and up, to 2017 and up, victimize myself to get stuff. There's that Marxist nonsense. If I victimize myself...
She was probably a stupid teenager who was needy and trying to show off.
No, she was 18. She was 18.
Ariane. What?
All the boys range between I think 19 to
today with
I think 17, 16 to 19. She was 18. So yeah.
1ST. Even teenager mustn't do things like this.
Oh, they do that, and it's sad. And that's not the first time that's happened. A girl did the same thing she did the same thing, but the difference is she didn't do it to her boyfriend. She told that to her father because she was scared that she was going to get
Trevor Grant
punished.
Why would somebody even want to do that? Ruin somebody else's
career, they don't care.
Life because you were mad at your boyfriend. Ariane.
Because they don't care.
How embarrassing.
They just do not care.
By the way, your package.
Is it outside or is it here? They don't care. It's not about... Remember, we're not living in a time of morals. Remember, you gotta put that in perspective. We're not living in a time of morals where you are nice to your neighbor and you know your neighbor and you can keep your doors open and all that shit. Well, that doesn't exist anymore. Right? No, we are not... There's more people being... Honestly, there's more people being rewarded for being an asshole or being a victim to themselves and trying to convince everyone else to be a victim of themselves and victimize themselves, causing trouble, right? Than people doing the right thing and being rewarded. Like, let's perfect example. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like, there's that dude named Izzy or Mizzy or what his name is. He was a British content creator, and he was running up in people's houses for no reason.
Didn't this
for
also
clout.
happen in 2019 or 2022 as well?
Somewhere between 2016 to 2019. One of those, between those three. But like, there's this guy named Mizzy. I think everyone probably knows this. Probably Brian knows what I'm talking about. He's a content creator in Britain. And he was running up in people's houses for like no reason. Like, if he saw a door open, he'll walk in and have his phone going, showing his audience on Kick, right? And then he'll steal people's dogs and run off with it. Boot Gang did the same thing. He'll grab people's stuff, run off with it, saying, Boot Gang, yeah, Boot Gang, yeah, we about that Boot Gang, running off with people's shit being chased for clout.
Trevor Grant. I'm not sure I heard of him, but I know a couple people that just stole exactly what he was doing.
And then the next one,
I remember hearing about him.
And then the next one is Johnny Somali. I think everyone knows who that is. He was a content creator on Kick. He went to Japan for some odd reason, saying evil, racist shit to the Japanese. Remember, the Japanese are very nice people. They are very conservative and very nice and quiet people. They do not fuck with you like that, right? And he was up in trains and subways saying evil, racist shit to the Japanese, saying like the most low down shit, and then making fun of them and threatening them at the same time. And then when he had any form of opposition, he would victimize himself almost instantly and then say he's sorry.
Ariane. Yeah. I remember hearing about all of them.
And what makes matters worse, they believe it was the Yakuza that found him. They came and told him, if you don't stop this shit on your stream, you will face the consequences. So say sorry and we can put this behind us. You must know how nice the Japanese truly are when the Japanese mafia comes up on you and says, just say sorry. We won't fuck with you. Just say sorry. Bow your head and move on with your life. Don't do this again. You know what I'm saying? You know how nice that kind of mafia is when they just ask you just to be nice to everyone around you? You know how fucking stupid you gotta be to do anything beyond that? And now I think he's in prison now. Because he was doing more fuck shit. And I think the Japanese have this rule saying, if you're a delinquent, and we see you keep doing delinquent things that's breaking laws, what they'll do is they'll pile a bunch of evidence against you, and then when they take it to court...
Didn't they try to make one person say sorry and he just provoked them even further? It was the British one, I think, who did it.
I don't know which one, but it was either one of them. But it was all these Kick creators, for some odd reason, getting more views than they ever would because they're pushing this terrible... Like, look at TikTok. You know what I'm saying? This is what this all is. It's just degeneracy as fuck. That's why you ask that question. Why would you ruin someone's life? They don't see as the other opposition. They see them as opposition. So even if you're telling the truth and they're on the receiving end of that truth, they don't see it as, man, this person is trying to help me, or this person is trying to be honest with me, or this person is trying to do the right thing, or they're pointing out my wrongs and I'm going to be wrong for it. And you know what? I'm going to say sorry. No, they see it as you as an opposition. Truth is an opposition towards virtually everything. This is why you have your YouTube, your video games and everything else, and your movies are ass. This is why the girl boss don't work, because it's not truthful. This is why Black Widow didn't make no money like that. This is why Marvels didn't make no money like that. This is why all these movies starring these women did not make any money, because it's not real. Majority of women don't want to be girl bosses. Because it's too much work.
Ariane. I heard they got a lot of attention for a little while, but a few weeks later their sites were taken down because of them challenging authority.
Or
I
something like
remember
that.
clear as day.
Or something like that. But it's wild. This is why this is a evil thing that's happening. This has nothing to do with because they just love gaming so much to try and make it inclusive. It's just trying to destroy the target audience, if you get what I'm saying.
Beloved characters in some sort of fitful rage that we don't understand and is very disingenuous. And I think that is the tremendous reaction to Suicide Squad. And this is going to have an immense financial impact. The way
and mind you, I'm not even defending this because I like white men so much or something. It's just because you're destroying them, it ends up destroying everyone else around you because it makes everyone a hypocrite. We can't say stop racism when you're using it to destroy another group of people, or gender, or orientation, or religion.
Trevor Grant.
It's not going to work.
How long do you think the stream is going to be off of all the stuff that we're going to do?
I'm gonna let it play, and then when we're done, we're gonna go to the manga recommendations, and after that, only one video for. Then we're gonna play Genshin.
Games are funded. You don't use your own money. Even EA, okay? Games are hugely expensive to make. They're upwards of $250. Sometimes
do they know that the
$600
package is
million.
there?
It's for certain live games. It's incredibly how expensive they are. And to do that, your CFO is your best friend. You're counting on your CFO to get you tax breaks, to get you in, to put studios in regions which are financially favorable, and you will borrow the cheap money. You will get as cheap money to do it. Even EA does this. I worked with EA. We were putting together a deal where they were taking bailout money from the banks in the last financial crisis that we had, and they were applying that cheap money towards games. Same thing with COVID money. They're applying that cheap money towards games. And what has been the cheapest money while interest rates were still low?
ESG.
A couple of years ago?
ESG.
It was ESG.
Yeah, there you go. It was ESG. Oh my God! It just doesn't end. It just doesn't end, huh?
They're going to take this money and they're going to put it into games. But now that they don't have that money anymore because ESG is either being diminished or rebranded because the returns on investment have been so poor.
No, they're gonna rebrand it. Let's call it for this. They're just not gonna give it up. Something massively insane has to happen for them to give up on it, right? Something massive, like something catastrophic that has to make them literally reverse back to traditional ways. Nah, something seriously insane beyond any comprehension. It has to be almost divine for them to go backwards to fix things and do what they need to do to get back on track from this ESG thing. It goes beyond deep within the roots of Disney, EA, Marvel, DC, all that stuff.
They just can't drop ESG that easily, LMAO.
Yes, it's not. This is why I said to you guys, if tomorrow they change the name Sweet Baby, they're just gonna, if they call it Sweet, if they went from Sweet Baby, from Sour Old Ladies, it doesn't matter. They will literally, their writing style or what they're trying to push will be too obvious. Even if it's a whole different studio with a set of new people, they can't help their fucking selves. They can't help themselves. They won't be able to do it. And because they won't be able to do it, we'll just make it more easy for us not to buy their shit.
Wall Street for ESG funds, that source of revenue is drying it up. This woke machine cannot continue in the way that it is now for AAA gaming. And I think, unfortunately, it's so entrenched that you're not going to see much of an ability to course correct because the studios are
they're just going to shut down, right?
They're going to shut
down. Yeah.
And this is truly the rise of AA gaming, or what some of my fans call S tier gaming. This is
like Helldivers.
Like
like
so yeah, this is what I think this is what Moist Critical said the other a month or two ago.
There's no way in the middle of my game of COD. It just kicked me out of my whole entire account.
What? Why? What happened? What the hell? But this is why I'm saying to you, this is what Moist Critical is talking about. Right? He said, let this keep happening. The next best thing is just indie games. It's just gonna be indie games. Indie games are gonna be where it's at. All this shit is gonna come to an end, to a sense, with indie games. Oh, that's crazy.
I forget the name of that. Really incredible success stories in a period where game companies are experiencing significant losses. The bleeding will continue until, and no one's going to wake up from it. Unfortunately, it's going to be a total nosedive.
I never thought as a pediatrician that I would be at all useful in a war. My name is Seema Jalani.
And as you can see from Grums himself, the reason why ESG funding has become so prevalent in games was simply because it was the cheapest way to invest in the future of video games around 5 years or so ago. So to put it in other terms, look at it this way. You're at the grocery store, you see 2 packs of beef. One is the premium good stuff, it's the real deal, but it's also expensive, it costs a lot of money to buy. But you know that steak sirloin is top quality. That's the people and devs you would hire that would give you the successes like we've seen so many times in the past. Then you see this other piece of meat at the grocery store. It's not very good quality, but it is still beef. You know it's really cheap, but maybe you can get the job done. I mean, sure, it's not the sirloin top shelf stuff, but you'll try it. So you buy and you eat the cheap meat and you feel sick after and you end up blowing chunks out of both ends. That's the ESG funds. That's these consulting groups, the Sweet Babies and so on. These companies attempted to make things for cheaper using less qualified individuals, and it resulted in worse products made for no one that aren't selling. And combine that with the already bloated budgets for video games as it already is, and you have a recipe for utter disaster. But unfortunately for game dev studios and publishers, once these consulting groups get in bed with them, they're very hard to get rid of.
Yep.
They're kind of like herpes. They're always there and you just kind of have to live with it. That's Sweet Baby basically. And like Grum said here, really isn't a way for these studios or publishers to get rid of these consultants if they maybe have a contract with them or whatever else. And they've become so embedded within the industry and the inner circles that they are now just a part of the ecosystem and these groups forever. And ultimately, the only way to flush them out is unfortunately the only way it ever works. Which is that whatever
have a giant crash.
These parasites are attached to, you have to essentially burn down the host to kill the infection.
Yep, let the bubble just come and just destroy it all. That's the only thing. That's the only way. It's like what this is equivalent to. Believe it or not, I know this is exaggerating to a certain extent. What this is equivalent to is a zombie outbreak. And what's the best way to stop a zombie outbreak? Use tactical means. You know what I'm saying? Drop it. Just drop it and hope for the best. You know what I'm talking about. I can't say it, but like, just drop it. And then we end this from here. We just fall out that entire thing. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's the city or not, just get rid of it. That's all you have to do. There's no way of stopping this. Because even if you kill like 500,000 of these zombies, they're making more at a faster rate than you can get rid of them. So might as well just get rid of the entire city when you can, if you have the means.
Once and for all.
So the gaming space is like Raccoon City, pretty much. The only way to get rid of these zombies with this T-virus is to drop that Fallout weapon. That's all you gotta do.
God damn, I'm just throwing out metaphors today, but here's another one for you. Sweet Baby is the zombie virus.
Oh! What did I just say? Oh my god! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Woo! Wisdom! Woo! This is one of my best videos! Let's go!
Psychic.
Oh my god, I should go back to my psychology game. Jesus Christ! How did I know he was gonna say that? This is my first time seeing this! Oh my god, let's go!
The studio has been bitten by the baby. Do you risk the human survivor coming back to camp with you and maybe hopefully they feel better? Or do you just put them out of their misery and not risk complete destruction of everything?
Yes!
Sadly, that's what's going to happen likely, as Grum says himself. These groups are so intrinsically tied to these studios and their connections that, for example, let's look at Rocksteady. You really think that their next game after Suicide
Trevor
Squad,
Grant.
if they even manage to live long enough to
NBMNSA,
make it to their next game, which isn't likely, but if that does happen, do you honestly think that the next game won't also have Sweet Baby involved? It absolutely will. So what then? How do you get rid of the rot that permeates throughout Rocksteady and Sweet Baby? The only definitive answer is that Rocksteady would have to close shop entirely. And once these funds run out and the games that aren't being bought, like Suicide Squad, which bombed at release and is already heavily discounted, the end result is a graveyard of studios and thousands of people being laid off due to this monolithic machine that we call video games.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I really miss the days when video games was just seen as a childhood, just a child
when that
hobby.
happens, I'll be cheering.
I'll be cheering too. I miss the days when people just said, "You're a nerd for playing video games. Video games is lame." I miss those days now. Because the less people was in the hobby, the great the hobby was. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being dead serious. The less people that was in the hobby was the greatest thing to gaming. Because it was better off when people wasn't into certain hobbies than people being into the hobby. Because now when everyone's in the hobby, they feel that they can change the hobby at any moment.
Video games used to be fun, now I don't even want any part of them.
Yep. I miss those days. I miss those days. The more I used to hate when people just like talk shit about video games, now I miss those days because it was only meant for you and your friends and I guess family members. It was just meant for you and your friends. So when you play that game of Halo or Far Cry or what was another game that Gears of War, or whatever case may be, or you played Kingdom Hearts, whatever the fuck, whatever game that you had and you enjoyed it with your friends.
Stop, I'm sobbing over here.
It was the greatest thing. You would play all night with your friends on the weekend from middle school or even high school, and then you get to play like Forge mode with your friends and fuck around.
I still play video games, but only the ones that nobody plays. Personally, I just like to find diamonds in the rough, if you want to call it that.
Hey, that's perfectly fine. I understand. I perfectly understand. I think diamonds are the diamonds in the rough is the indie scene. The indie scene is where we're at, not these AAA games anymore, or quadruple games, or whatever the fuck they want to be called now. It's the double A or the A game. That's where the cream of the crop truly is. It always was there. We just didn't think of it because it was not popular, because some fucking entity was not pushing it. Now you know that the entity is crazy and stupid. The indie title is going to be. I think this is one of the best times to be an indie developer ever. Don't ever get signed up with these loser companies, because all they're gonna do is ruin your shit.
The nostalgia old games had, the magic behind them hit different, emotional, but now loudly crying.
And you know what's funny? There's more people playing Arkham Knight than they're playing Suicide Squad. Oh, I can't say that. Sushi Squad. Because, like, think about it. There's more people playing Arkham Knight now, again, out of nostalgic feelings, than playing the Sushi Squad game. That must tell you something right the fuck there. I understand where Kyle's getting this anger from, because when you
BTW.
I know. The more we think about it, the more I think about what Kyle says, it resonates more with me as I think about it. But the more I resonate with it, the more angry I get. Because I'm thinking to myself, my God, where did we go wrong? We had the world as our oyster. We could have did great things, but this ESG nonsense with this feminist nonsense and these inclusivity, diversity hires came in and then ruined it all for everyone else. For themselves and everyone else. Not for them, because majority of them not even playing the games. The games that they claim is so inclusive, they're not playing it or bringing it up. Actually, they bring up games that are either dead, killed the studio, or people are not playing anymore. Like, people will bring up, like, Marvel's Avengers. Forspoken. For some odd reason, didn't Forspoken got destroyed? The studio that made it got destroyed or something? Like, oh, come on, dude. We're gonna play this game. Why do we keep mentioning games that keeps getting destroyed as if it's a gotcha response? That is so stupid. It's beyond anything to me.
Arian. I can't even stand games that have the ESG in them. I absolutely cannot stand it.
It is annoying.
They yanked the nostalgia out of it.
They ruin everything.
Of course, these groups and even that Homeland Security branch will gaslight you into believing that it isn't Sweet Baby's fault, that every game they worked on is objectively bad or worse than previous iterations without them. Instead, it's somehow the players. Just listen here to what Take This, that Homeland branch, says about this whole situation, and I quote, "This joint project from the Center on Terrorism, Extremism, and Counterterrorism, Take This seeks to develop a shared framework for
Grant.
understanding extremism
here,
in
what did I
games.
miss?
This includes the development of a set of
Nothing really.
Ultimate combo from Optimum. Sign
Nothing really, to be honest.
practices and centralized resources for monitoring and evaluation of extremist activities, as well as a series of training workshops for the monitoring, detection, and prevention of extremist exploitation in gaming spaces for community managers, multiplayer designers, lore developers, mechanic designers, and trust and safety professionals. In addition, this project will provide a first-of-its-kind collaborative structure for public-private partnerships on preventing and mitigating games-based extremism. Taken together, this project will simultaneously improve counter-extremism collaboration in the video game industry, while also providing substantial capacity building within and across developers. If you're reading this, you're probably been hearing about what's now being called Gamergate 2. It's the latest targeted harassment campaign within the game industry, and it's aimed at Sweet Baby Inc., a Montreal-based narrative development studio. The campaign has also been impacting entities and games associated with Sweet Baby, journalists covering the issue, and others associated in various ways with the targets. You also may be at a loss to know how to talk about this issue and what, if anything, you can do about it. That's where we come in. Discord, Steam, and X have been the predominant platforms where the abuse and harassment has been taking place. In these spaces, lists of game studios, companies, and associated organizations are being circulated for targeting by members of the mob. Large-scale harassment campaigns like this are fueled by political events. As political rhetoric heats up ahead of the US presidential election later this year, this kind of online activity is going to ramp up, and it's important to understand that these phenomena are interrelated." End quote. So, yes, you heard that right. This Homeland Security branch is actually attempting to tie the backlash towards Sweet Baby and wokeness as somehow being the result of right-wing extremism and the upcoming election in their eyes.
Oh my god,
this
they can
backlash
fuck
isn't
right off
because
on that
Sweet Baby attempted to silence a user for simply compiling their games. Of course not. It is the result of thousands of extremists like yourself, apparently, who are to blame. This is damage control unlike we've ever seen it before, my friends. This is genuinely insane and very telling that the games industry would rather burn itself to the ground instead of admitting that what they're doing is alienating and objectively making their art worse. There was this one dev who spoke on Gamergate 2, and what they say just proves why things are so bad. Their name is Joe Torado. Don't harass this person, by the way. I honestly think Joe is just confused, and by what he tweeted here, that seems to be the case. I'm not even mad at Joe or anything. I just think he doesn't really know what he's saying here, but here's what he said. "As a person who advocates for diversity in games, this whole thing is laughable. We have had exactly one female protagonist in the top 25 best-selling games of the last 3 years."
Whose fault is fucking that? Whose fault is that? That's not our fault. That's not our fault. What the hell? What kind of argument is that? That's just how terrible written they were.
That list also includes only one Latino. That's not forced diversity. There is no diversity at all. Again, I don't hate Joe or anything, but dude, you just proved
idiot.
why the virtue signaling in the games industry is pointless
Yes.
with your own logic. If only one game in the top 25, as you say, had your pandering quota in it, and the other 24 examples sold extremely well because they didn't pander, then did you not just prove that by not pandering, you make a product that ends up being for more people in the end anyway? And by not pandering, millions of people will want to buy your game, and when you do pander, like you said, you don't even make it into the top 25 best-selling games of any given year. Dude, you just proved our point while pointlessly virtue signaling yourself. Again, I don't blame you. You're likely just another dev being strong-armed and drenched in identity politics 24/7, but you do realize what you said is objectively why Gamergate 2 is kind of happening, right? And you admit in your own weird way that by pandering, you just end up making a product for less people, which will not only cause it to sell less, but will likely set it up for failure. How do these people say these things and not realize that they're self-owning themselves like this? Just don't harass Joe. He's very
Because this is why the internet should not be for everyone.
confused, but at least he agrees with the players in his own little weird way that kind of disassembles his own argument. It's just...
This is why in high school or in middle school, they say before you submit your essay, have someone read it before you submit it. Jesus Christ. And we can't even do that with a sentence or a paragraph. Jeez, we are so doomed.
Incredible stuff all around. It's like a sniper shooting at an enemy soldier and then ricocheting the bullet somehow and shooting himself in the head. It's amazing that they don't realize what they're doing is more harm than good. Of course, there was this other developer who got dogpiled for admitting that they were openly racist when it came to how they make games and how they hire people. Also from bounding into comics, ex-Sweet Baby Inc. employee and current EA Marvel's Black Panther narrative designer, seen proudly bragging that previous title Validate had no white people on dev team. This person's name is Danny Lalonders, who worked on some dating sim game called Validate, which likely none of you played. I mean, here's some screenshots, I guess, of the game, and it's a visual novel dating sim that features nothing but black people in it.
Oh yeah!
Anyway, this Danny person said openly that they went out of their way to not hire anyone who wasn't exactly like them. But let's hear what they have to say themselves.
See what I'm saying?
Here, listen.
I have a team of 21 right now for Validate. It's a pretty big team. It's a crazy big team for indie games. But who is your team? Validate has a team of mostly all people of color. We have no white people on our team. I did that because I wanted to create a safe environment. And I know the best way for an environment to be safe is to be around people who are just like me. And I'm not saying that white people in the industry are creating unsafe environments. I'm not saying that. That is not what I'm saying. I am saying that sometimes it is hard to work with white people because they think that something made okay, but it was really a microaggression. And no.
Wow. Wow. So be racist for a microaggression. You want a microaggression? That's why it says microaggression. It's small. It's not even aggression. It's small. It's like as small as probably your toenail. Who cares? That is stupid.
People want to deal with that while they're trying to make a game that they love.
I mean, what can I even add to this, really? The person here is objectively racist and admits that they went out of their way to only hire people who looked and thought exactly as they do when it comes to making video games. Obviously, if a white dev said these same things, they would be crucified. So it's incredible how EA still hasn't fired this person yet.
Well, microaggression should be enough for you to just be mean to people, because if there was a white person said the same thing, it would have just went that would have went left almost instantly. If I was as a dude, if I said that about a woman specifically, if I said women give me microaggressions, and I want to feel safe, you know what they'll call me? Soy boy and something wrong with me. That is wild. I'm not for that. Because if I were to say the same thing about any other person, I would have been ousted instantly. That doesn't make any sense. That's almost evil. That's in definition being racist. You can't fight racism with racism. It does not work. I don't know where anyone thinks that okay. That's like fighting the cops physically and think you're gonna walk away alive. What are you doing?
To no one's surprise, this Danny person is also an ex-employee of Sweet Baby Inc., so it all makes sense. And likely whenever
run up on a gang member and say that same thing. Imagine running up on a gang member who's part of the Bloods, Crips, MS-13 something, and say that same exact thing in their face. You give me microaggressions, so I didn't want you guys here. You think they're gonna just say okay? You think that's gonna happen? You think they're gonna just be okay because you, even if they know what that means or don't know what the fuck that means?
I can do that.
None of them are going to take that, especially if you're just a stranger. Imagine they said that same fucking thing. That would not work.
Whenever this Black Panther game is released, it's going to be the most pandering anti-white video game you've ever seen. I'm genuinely looking forward to its release. Not to play it, mind you, but just to see how nuclear level of a product it ends up becoming. And unfortunately, this sort of mentality like this Danny individual is what is being championed and encouraged in video games today. You can discriminate, alienate, and push people out of industries as long as they're white men and women, I guess. And these companies and security groups will defend these people who are
Raiga
openly
Samurai.
racist while condemning and
I know what
gaslighting
you
the
say,
millions
boo.
of players out there who
you say,
actually
boo?
support the industry itself with their money and fandom. They actually believe the gaming industry will exist and thrive by attacking the paying customer across the board into submission. It's a bold move, fellas, I gotta admit, but it won't end well for them. However many times I gotta say it, I will. You never attack your audience ever. Because without them, you're nothing. And I think a lot of these studios and publishers are about to learn the hard way that you'd never do this. Plus, them threatening us by saying you won't get new games if these studios don't thrive? Do you have any idea who you're talking to?
You know
Us
who the fuck
players
you're
have
talking to? Yes,
insane backlogs. If anything, a good 3 or 5 months of no new games would allow us to catch up on the other things we bought already. Plus, this entire year, outside of playing Fortnite with some friends, all I've been playing pretty much is Japanese games anyways. I have like 81 hours in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and the only Western games I've been playing this year are older ones like the Batman Arkham games. So go ahead, don't release anything new. Not that it matters anyways.
Doesn't matter. This shit is trash anyway. So if I never heard they was not making any games in 6 months to a year, even more than a year or so, I don't give a flying shit. I don't even give a shit they stop now. Because the games are ass. They're just terrible. They're just terrible. They're bad. I'd rather play my old shit. I will pull out the fucking PlayStation 2. I'll pull out the Nintendo 64. I don't give a fuck. The Super Nintendo. I don't care. I'll play that. I will be perfectly fine. Shit, I'll play ping pong before I start playing these terrible games again. Hell no. I'm not doing it. That's how bad. I don't give a shit. You know what? Better yet, if they stop making games, maybe most of us men will just probably do things that's a lot more constructive anyway. Shit. You'll actually make more men be in society anyway. And probably might stop this shit anyway. So, like, you don't want to take away their video game. Because the worst thing you want to take away is something that people dear. Because when you take that away, they have nothing to lose. That's the funny thing when you threaten people like that. When you try to take away something they hold dear, and you take that away from them, they have nothing left to lose. So when they have nothing left to lose, they're coming for you. That's the irony of when you punish someone.
Trevor Grant. If they remodel some of your favorite games even though it's trash, would you try it out?
Nope.
Raiga Samurai.
Nope. I'm so for the indie scene, it's not even funny. I don't care for remodels, remasters, all that shit. That shit's lame anyway. I never liked remasters anyway. I never really see the point because it looks slightly better or has a little extra more graphic capabilities, or like what's the right word? They have more levels than it previously. I don't give a fuck. In most cases, they change a bunch of stuff that you like in the first place. Look at The Witcher. They're taking out a lot of stuff in the Witcher remake. Nah, I'm good. Remakes are ass anyway. No one cares about that shit. Look at what Neil Druckmann did to fucking
24 alone. Pretty much every single major release so far in Success Story, from Pal World to Tekken and more, none of them are even being made in the West anyway.
This new hat's amazing. Best dungeon run ever.
He's not wrong. Majority of the
like
good shit is coming from overseas anyway, so it doesn't even matter. So if they say we're gonna stop making Marvel games or DC games, like fuck, or Star Wars, well fuck you, I don't care.
Trevor Grant. Are you going to get GTA 6?
I'm gonna wait and see, because I ain't gonna waste my time on that game. I'm gonna wait and see what other people say and do. If it looks like it's worth my time, I'll get it. I'm hoping it's not ass. I'm really hoping it's not ass, because that'd be a waste of time on their behalf.
Raiga Samurai. Maybe Trevor Idk.
Don't know yet, because even though the graphic looks promising and it looks promising in general, doesn't mean it looks promising, doesn't mean that's a guarantee. Because these days you can't, and it might even be live service. They was thinking about making the game into a live service game. They actually said that. Like, I also heard something really insane, which I think it was just a rumor. I think this one was just literally a rumor, where they was going to charge you driving cars and shit and buying weapons, like with real money in the game, or some stupid shit. Some microtransaction aggression thing they was trying to push. That was a rumor. I don't know how true it is, but I heard that was going to be a thing. So, but you know, you never know.
Like Dragon's Dogma 2 coming as well. I haven't even started Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth yet either. And then I got The Legend of Nayuta, Boundless Trails from last year that I bought, Unicorn Overlord came in the mail recently.
Shit, I can right now fire up my PlayStation 2. If like all these things are connected online, I will fire up my PlayStation 2 and play Dragon Ball Tenkaichi 3. I can play that all forever. I can play that forever. I did before when my 360 went away way back when. I was playing the PlayStation out. After my 360 died, I started playing the PlayStation for like 4 straight years straight. Well, no problem. I didn't complain. I could have bought another 360, but I was like, nah, I'm not buying another one until the next one comes out.
Too, like, I'm good, dude. I got plenty to play already, and if you're going to threaten me or others by saying games like a Black Panther video game made by an openly racist narrative designer like this will be affected, oh no, how will I ever recover from that? This Gamergate 2 Electric Boogaloo nonsense all started because a consulting group attempted to silence the voice of a person for making a search engine optimization tool. That's what it is. So they can gaslight you, lie, and try to shift the truth in whatever way they want to, but the truth is that no one is going to believe these lies. The Streisand effect has gone ultra instinct at this point, and these companies can lie all they want. There's far too many people now that know the truth. So either make great games without pandering and survive, or keep burning these bridges and running yourselves into the ground. Either way, the players are winning regardless, because we just won't buy your games and we won't support you. And it's not because we're racist, actually it's because some of these people in these companies are instead. And I know the rot runs deep and devs are tired because I got them in my DMs talking to me almost every single day. So you can try to gaslight me too, but I know the truth. And there's nothing you can do but respect your audience, and if that's too much, well, I guess we'll see what happens. So hold on to your butts, fellas, this is about to get nutty, but I want you to know that you are in the right. You are not in the wrong here, and you deserve quality products for your time and money. Never let anyone tell you otherwise, because we deserve better and we will not stoop to their level. So don't harass these people, don't engage with them. Just read what they say, laugh, and then go enjoy some quality video games that don't adhere to this nonsense. And until they accept the truth, we'll just keep going. This isn't a movement of hate as they want you to believe. This is a battle for the soul of a medium that we all love with our hearts. So thank you for watching, subscribe, like, and share the video, and have a wonderful day. Thanks to my patrons as always, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alright. I know this video was pretty much longer than it should have. I think it's like an hour long because I kind of went in. Sorry about that. So we're going to go on to the next thing. So like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. If you guys enjoy this, hit that Patreon. Well, I don't know if I'm going to still use Patreon, but we'll figure that out. Also, follow Demion and me if you like, so it is what it is. Is that tongue? Scientist sticks materials
My message didn't go through. Face purple crying.
It says, scientist sticks materials with electricity and shocking discovery. That's kind of weird. It looks like meat or something. Alright. Where is something? I'll just type in manga review. I should have had something ready, but manga review. Let's go. 2024. Okay.
Trevor Grant.
That's too long.
Recommendations.
I had Mary manga 2 months ago. Nah. No more manga. I read my entire manga collection. Now what? Okay, February manga 2024 haul. With some webtoon action, huh? February 2024 comics and a manga haul. I guess this, wait, February, comics and manga. I guess this is fine. We'll go with
Trevor
comics and
Grant.
manga.
I
How's it
found
going?
one good one, but the creator just made the first chapter free. You have to pay $3 for the next 2.
Oh, damn. But
Trevor
that one.
Grant. You have to respect the bag.
I gotcha.
Guys, it's Cole from See Through Panel showing off my haul from February 2024. It is not the largest haul I've ever had, but it has some pretty good books in it. I'm excited to show you guys.
Not this one. A little bit more pizzazz. Okay, this is from Manga Tama.
While we sheltered in place, the team at Downstate University Hospital worked day and night.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my final video of 2023. I'm so excited for this one. Today I want to share 7 series with you guys that I really enjoyed over the course of the year and that I want.
I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of romance novels and probably a lot of mystery shit, but we'll see. I could be wrong. So, manga you need to read in 2024 by Top Manga, and my Top Manga 2023. Okay, 2024 and 2023. Okay, from Manga Tama. So we'll see where that goes.
Want to recommend to you guys in this upcoming year. I tried my best to include a bunch of different genres and some series that you guys might not have checked out. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. The first series on this list is Pluto by Naoki Urasawa. This is a classic series that I really should have checked out earlier. But earlier this year, the Pluto anime was released and oh my goodness, it was so good. I actually went into it completely blind and was met with a very interesting world of humans and very intelligent robots that coexist. In this world, it was starting to get harder to distinguish between these really intelligent robots and humans. And so that's what made me want to check out this manga. We have our main character, Gehishito. Sorry guys, I really butchered that name, but he's one of the most intelligent robots on Earth and he works as a detective for Europol. He's confronted with this growing case of robots that have been getting murdered recently, and he ends up finding out throughout the series that this case runs a lot deeper than everyone initially thinks. This series is a wonderful and actually pretty deep discussion on the themes of artificial intelligence, war, and hatred. So guys, if a robot gains the ability to feel emotions just like humans, does that make them still any less than humans? And how far does hatred really run? So this series asks questions like that and a bunch of other ones, and yeah, it just got me thinking a bunch. And of course guys, it's Naoki Urasawa, the master storyteller and artist, so in my opinion, this series is definitely one to check out. This next series is of a very different genre.
So far, I was right so far. Both mystery and romance so far. But I gotta be fair.
Condition called Love, or Hananoi-kun to Koi no Yamai. It's a shoujo if you couldn't tell by the cover, but this series is just so cute. I picked this up earlier this year. Actually, if you guys watched my animeart shopping video, yeah, that's where I picked it up, and I've been reading it at cafes and parks, so I honestly just have really good memories associated with this series. And although this is a shoujo, it starts off a bit unconventionally. We have our male lead, Hananoi-kun, who has a lot of love to give, and his love language is definitely acts of service, from what I can tell.
Oh,
and he's actually the one who confesses to our girl, Hotaru-chan, who doesn't really understand love, and she really questions if she's able to ever love somebody. So she decides to take this leap of faith and try dating him, and it's just a wonderful development arc of her learning how to think of somebody else and how she realizes that making them happy actually makes her happy too, and all of that cute mushy stuff. The art is just so adorable, and there were so many moments in this series where I really had to take a break because it was just too cute. So shoujo fans, definitely give this one a read. Hi everyone! Speaking of my favorites in 2023, recently I've been playing this really pretty mobile dress-up game and social simulation game called Life Makeover, and I really wanted to share it with you guys. And huge thank you to Life Makeover for sponsoring this video.
No.
Series on this list is The Apothecary
We're not
Diaries
doing
or
this.
Kusuriya no Hitorikoto, and this one is such a refreshing one. This series is the perfect balance of comedy, mystery, relaxing, yet also
Trevor
very
Grant.
intriguing, and obviously
Episode
with some
is
very
better.
charming characters and art. And this series originated from a light novel. We have our main character Mao Mao, who grew up with her apothecary father, but one day she gets kidnapped and brought to the imperial court as a maid, where she learns of the crazy hierarchy and politics that basically rule the court and all of the relationships within it. So she kind of decides she wants to stay low-key and not stand out so she could have a peaceful life as she could. But since she is very knowledgeable about herbs and medicine growing up under her father, she finds herself involved in a lot of mysterious cases, such as where concubines are getting poisoned, babies are dying, and a lot of other intriguing situations. So you never really know where the next chapter or episode is going to take you. It's been really fun both reading and watching this series so far because it's airing right now. I highly recommend this series for everyone regardless of what genres you normally enjoy. It's just really cute. Next up, we have Dungeon Meshi, or Delicious in Dungeon. I'm actually filming this in store, guys, because I couldn't find volume 1 to buy, so I might save collecting this one physically for the future, but I still really,
not gonna lie, this one's the most decent one out of all of them.
Wanted to recommend this to you guys because I personally really love cooking and baking series. There's something about them that's just so cozy and fun to read. So the premise of the story is that a powerful magician has sunk the Golden Kingdom, and so the king of the Golden Kingdom offers
They
great
already made
rewards
an
to
anime.
anybody who's
Yeah,
able to
the anime on Netflix is pretty good. It's fun.
And defeat this magician. So our main character is really up for the challenge, and he ends up meeting a lot of different characters who join him on his adventure. And one of them actually decides he wants to try cooking a monster, and from that moment they unlock the world of monster cuisine. The characters are so wonderful, and I absolutely love their dynamic and their interactions together. And of course, this series' world building is literally a masterpiece. There's great lore in this fantasy world, and of course the food depicted on here is mouth-watering, even though they're really made of monsters. This series is just the incredible balance of comedy, fantasy, food, and a lot more, so I just highly recommend checking this out. Our next series, Kori no Joheki, is a cute rom-com series. The art is really simple, but really refreshing and charming. I believe this started out as an online series before getting published physically, but the story is about our high school protagonist who gives off ice-cold queen vibes. Everyone in the school is just kind of scared of her, except her childhood best friend, who's really super popular at school, but she secretly has the personality and strength of a gorilla when they're alone. The main character has had a really hard time with friends and has always put up
Did it really just kick me out of YouTube?
What's with the Asians whenever they're trying to make fun of a woman or they make a woman something more masculine, they always use a gorilla. I noticed that. They used that in Fire Force. They used that in what other show? Some other show I can't think of right now, but like they use gorillas a lot.
Wall as a way to deal with the endless teasing that she dealt with in middle school. So in the series, she deals with her trauma and opening up to people, and she slowly starts to encounter characters who she finds easier to let in. This entire series revolves around 4 main characters and how their lives all end up entangling with one another. The series is funny, romantic, just really charming, and overall a really great school slice of life. I actually just hauled this series in my last video, but I'm already so deep into the series, I've read so much of it, and I really can't wait to see what happens next. Our next series, Yofukashi no Da, or Call of the Night, is such an interesting take on a vampire story. I also hauled this one recently, but this series is a mix of romance, comedy, and vampire activity.
My
Our main
eyes so
character,
far.
Cole, used to be a popular star student at school, but he really was never content with his life, so he started to skip school, and because of that, he became unable to sleep at night. Wandering the streets one night, he bumps into this vampire girl, Nazuna-chan, who tries to help him figure out his sleeplessness. And also, she finds out that his blood tastes delicious.
Trevor
So
Grant.
they talk a bit further
They
and
made an
discover
anime
further
for
that
this
she's
too,
a vampire. And that's when he decides he wants to
I
become
didn't really
a
hear
vampire
anyone
too.
talk about
But
this.
he can only become a vampire if he falls in love with Nazuna-chan, and she then sucks his blood.
That
So
sounds
here, their
dumb.
bloody and romantic story begins. This is such a novel idea in my eyes, or it's just been a really long time since I've read a vampire series, and it's just pretty cute. Both characters are quite bold in their vampire-esque activities, and there are some mature themes, but no mature art, so read at your own discretion. But yeah, both characters
Trevor
are quite
Grant.
shy actually when it comes to
It's
romance,
actually
so
pretty
it just
good.
makes for a really cute and
Raiga
bashful
Samurai.
story.
I keep
My last
putting this one
recommendation
off.
on this list is
got you.
King de Katahong, which translates to books bought with taxpayer money. So this series is an incredibly wholesome series about libraries, books, reading. We have this delinquent high schooler who walks into a library one day asking to get a library card, but then the library staff realizes that he hasn't returned a book he's borrowed since like 10 years ago, so he needs to buy another copy of that book to return to the library first. And he learns from these librarians how important it is to keep all the books available in the library and in good condition for everyone to read. And through this series, you can really see the passion and dedication of the library staff, and it really does mimic real life. Like, real life librarians are saints. And I've also just been learning so much through this series, such as how damaged books are dealt with, how different people read books, different types of scenarios that librarians have to deal with on a daily basis, and a lot more things. And it just makes me see libraries in such a different light. So this series is incredibly wholesome, refreshing, and relaxing, and it's really cozy too. And I think it just does a great job in being both entertaining and educational in how libraries and books work in general.
Are you
And the
fucking
art is
serious?
just so cute too, of course. So I definitely think this one is worth checking out. Okay guys, we made it to the end. Those are just some of my top series this year. It was really so hard to choose, but I really wanted to focus on introducing some series that were so not well known and also of varying genres. And also, I'm really curious as to
Right.
what your guys' favorite series were this year, so please comment them down below. I'd love to check them all out. And before we end the video, I wanted to thank Life Makeover again for providing me such a fun and relaxing, pretty game to play this year. I highly recommend you guys to check it out. I think you guys will really like it.
Trevor
so
Grant,
click the link down below to check
you
out
were
more
right.
about it. And to
I
download
told
and play
you!
today.
Majority of them was either romance or mystery. That's I know the I'm not saying I know females, but I know the female demographic, what they're gonna most likely read. I'm not saying not all won't read a shonen or something much or a horror or something, but the likelihood, no. Like if I presented this shit to my girlfriend, she'll take like 3 of them. Maybe not the library one. I know that for a fact, but Jesus Christ, that sounds boring.
And happy holidays, guys. Hope you guys have a wonderful holiday season. Thank you guys for such a wonderful year of 2023, and I'll see you guys in the new year for my next video. Bye.
And just to be clear, this was not an attack on her. She did her job. She did her job. She knows her target audience. I was just unfortunate to predict what I was going to find based on how she was talking, the whole aesthetic. There was no way in hell this woman was going to talk about insane gore shit the way she's talking. In this aesthetic she's trying to pull off. There was no way.
Raiga Samurai. Pretty spot on teach.
Oh. Alright, well, you know what? Should I do another one? I'll do another one, because that's not... I don't feel like we got anything out of that, honestly. Not attack on Tema, I think that's Tema's, that's not her fault. That's not
Trevor
her fault.
Grant. So Berserk is just a wonderful.
Imagine she said that. I was like, why? Like, it would be just so off-putting. Okay, let me see. How long is this one? 40 minutes? No.
Sure.
Something more. Okay. They ruined it. They ruined My Hero Academia scene so badly the anime didn't want to credit. Okay, no, don't care about that. How long is this? 20 minutes? No. Something in the more 10 minute range. 23 minutes. 24. Read. I think this is a female as well. Or a very feminine dude. I can't tell. We'll see.
Trevor Grant. My hero isn't bad. The Phantom and the people surrounding it.
Which came first.
I just terrible.
No, nothing's
The
wrong with My
last
Hero.
couple of seasons are actually heat.
No, nothing's wrong with My Hero. It's just I don't want to be told the spoiling and all that stuff.
Hello, welcome to this.
Yep, knew it was gonna be female. Oh. Okay. Notable new releases in 2024. 18 minutes? Have we seen this? No, it's new. Let's
New
go.
year, new manga. Come along with me as I talk about a lot of the notable new releases
I know they're gonna mention Gakukuda and probably Berserk, but like there's probably some other ones we never heard of, so.
that are coming out in January of 2024. Welcome to the first manga buyer's guide of 2024. There are a lot of exciting new manga coming out this month, and I am so pumped to be able to talk about them with you in this video. A lot of stuff that I'm excited about personally, and I'm hoping that you'll get excited about as well. As always, keep in mind that I'm not covering the entire calendar of releases that are coming out throughout the month. I am focusing just on what I consider to be notable new releases, which mostly focuses on newly debuting titles. So new volume ones, new single volume releases, some new special edition releases that are coming out, box sets, stuff like that. And
yes, I did, but I hope they don't do that 3D shit. And if they're gonna go 3D, I hope they use the studio that made the Trigun movie, movie or show, the latest Trigun entry in the series, or the remake. I think it was remake. With that type of styling, if they're gonna go 3D again. Because that was terrible with that shit animation that they did. That was not cool.
I do talk about some final volumes, though I do miss a lot of those sometimes. And if there's a final volume of a series that's coming out in this month that I miss, feel free to mention it in the comments down below. But I just want to cover that, so if you're watching the video and you're like, gee, why didn't he mention volume 6 of that popular shonen manga that everyone is reading right now? I didn't forget to mention it. I left it out by design because that's not what this is focusing on. The purpose of these videos is to make sure that you as a manga reader and as a manga collector are aware of all the new releases that are coming out, because there are so many new titles coming every week that it's very easy to let something just go right past you that could possibly be your next favorite thing. And it is my goal to help you to find your possible next favorite manga series. As well, I want to mention that all of the dates that I'm giving here are the official dates according to Amazon, but some things come out early, some things will get delayed. That's just the nature of the beast. It's been that way forever. And as well, one last point before we get into talking about 5 weeks of great new manga releases. If you happen to be on Twitter, you can follow me at OmniCollector, and if you pick up any of the books that I mention here, especially if you did not know about them, you wouldn't have picked them up otherwise, it would go a long way if when you get the book, you take a picture, tag me, tag the publisher, let them know that you picked it up because you saw it in my video. Now let's get into it. We got 5 weeks of new manga, and here's some stuff that came out this week on the 2nd. We're starting off from One Piece books with Hinamatsuri volume 19. This is the final volume of that series. One of, if not the absolute longest running title that One Piece books has. I know it's one of their most popular releases, so big deal to see them wrapping that series up. Next up, we have from Seven Seas, a cat from our world.
Imagine how many people type in One Piece and think they're... God.
And the Forgotten Witch. Now, this one has a setup that sounds kind of similar to Frieren, in which we follow someone who's defeated an evil demon king decades ago.
Oda something. I forgot his last name.
But she's a human witch who's aged into an old woman who lives alone in a secluded forest, and she accidentally summons a giant cat from an Earth city, so from our world, to her home. But this cat, which was a normal street cat here on Earth, is now a giant cat in this series. And then we have Marriage Talk.
There's not, well, I'll be sad, but you know, there's nothing you can do. I was sad when Akira Toriyama died, but there was nothing you can do. The man's already dead. It sucks. And if he died, I will have to do another artwork in honor of him, because as much as Akira Toriyama is like
I hope not.
The backbone of most of us.
Says okay, I have a psychology question for you.
Sure, what more? Oh yeah, do they know my package is here or no? Because if they don't, I can finally go get that and pissing the boss off.
Trevor Grant. The world with Shake.
If he were to die, we'll have to do another.
Says yeah, it's at the front door. I told you this earlier, but I think he was doing something else.
No, I was on mute, but like the thing is, like they do know.
Ryaga Samurai. You what's crazy is my grandpa also died that week.
Are you serious? I'm sorry, bro.
Says how would you describe Jace without using external treat?
External treat? What's that external treat? Like a candy? External treat.
Says traits.
Oh. How would you describe Jace without using external traits? What's the external trait? Give me an example.
Toxin, coming from Viz Media, it's the newest one in the Shonen Jump line, about a master assassin who's an expert in poisons and is assigned to get married so that he can produce the Poison Clan's next heir, but he knows nothing about dating.
Yeah, bro.
Luckily, a marriage swindler who knows everything there is to know about love is there to help him, even if they have to take on the entire criminal underworld to help him find a partner. And we end the first week with a delayed release from last month.
Looks like you're known for your artistry and your psychology. Those are external traits, things that you.
That you're right. You did say you was at a funeral. I do remember you saying that.
Guys.
I didn't think like when people say I'm at a funeral, you think it's like because it's not like this is how I see it. Because you said you was at a funeral, I thought it was like maybe it's for someone that he knows, but not someone he's close with. Because not a lot of people go on like Twitch to let people know I'm at a funeral. People just don't say anything. They either let you know beforehand or they just don't say anything at all. So I thought, when he's at a funeral, that's probably for a family member or a family friend passed, but it's for like the parents, not really for him. He's just kind of there, and you're like, it's sad that person passed, but I didn't know it was his grandpa. Oh my God, I'm sorry, bro. Shit, if I knew that, I would not let you come into the stream. I would let you stay and do your whole grieving and shit. I didn't know that, especially in the same week as Carrie Toriyama.
Growing up, did you want to kill your sister? I
No.
mean, you probably did because she's your sister.
No, never. I never had that feeling. Me and my sister have a very, people say we have an abnormal relationship because we don't argue. We talk out things, but we don't argue. I don't call her names. She don't call me names. I don't mess
Says
with her.
Teach I sent you something in Discord.
She tends to ask me for advice, where the hell, or
Ryaga Samurai.
all that great stuff.
Yeah, my fault, I wasn't being specific.
Yeah, I thought you was at a family's friend type thing, or because not a lot of people go to Twitch and say that when they're. So I just assume it was like, okay, he's at a funeral, that's fine, whatever. It's like probably he's just dealing with some family stuff he was dragged to. So it's like, okay, he's probably someone he was. It could be like a boss or something of your parents that they're just meeting their seeing their funeral because they passed or something like that. So you have to go obligation or some stupid shit. That's what I thought.
Samurai. Oh, you're good, Teach.
Yeah.
Moral either.
Ow.
Okay, TikTok is suppressing my messages, so I'm gonna write the question real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Of Ron from Titan Books, I believe.
But
this one
to
looks
answer
really
your
cool.
question,
It's
Trevor, yeah, me and my sister get along perfectly well. I never had that issue in growing up with her, even in my when I was in middle school or so. I never even argued with my sister. I don't remember even having an argument with my sister at all about anything. If we did, I would not remember. And if we did, if we would argue, probably
I sent you something over Discord. It's a practice sketch. I'm trying to see how the outfit would fit.
One or twice in 1 year or so, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember ever arguing with her about anything. If she had a discussion, she'll just tell me, and I'm like, oh, okay, X, Y, and Z. I don't have that type of relationship with my sister how you see on TV where both siblings hate each other and they just want to kill each other all day and say the most hurtful, evil things like...
Trevor Grant. If you had the chance to restart your life with all of the knowledge you have now with your whole entire family and all that, just restart from the beginning, would you do it?
Hell yes.
Moral either.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
How would you describe Jace yourself without any use of external traits that you accumulated? And by accumulated traits, I mean like your art or your psychology work, things like that, or your occupation. Ryaga Samurai. We bumped heads a lot when we were younger, but we cool now.
Cool. How would you describe Jace without external traits that accumulated and by... Okay, I'll answer this question after this video because I don't want this to be too long for the YouTube video.
A bard is writing poems about Ron, this hero, or no, Ron is the bard the hero is fighting monsters and Ron is writing poetry and stuff as a bard about the exploits of the hero. Now, this book, I don't know what the official release date is because it's not on Amazon and it is also not on Crunchyroll.com.
Okay,
but from Starfruit Books, we have Panorama of Hell. They did send me a copy of this one. I don't know if it's an early copy or not, but it looks like...
Yeah, it's after this, we're going to play Genshin, but I'll answer that after the stream is over. After this... What the... Whoa, what is he? Paranormal Hell? Okay. And he puts the... Oh, cool. He puts the price, $17.
Through their website, starfruitbooks.com, you can order this, the cover price at $17. This is a... First of all, it's a horror series, or it is a horror book from Hideshi Hino. If you're unfamiliar with Hino, but you're a fan of horror manga, you really need to be getting on these books. Starfruit has put out, I believe this is the second Hino release from them, and they do have plans for more coming in the future. Very exciting for horror fans, and this is a great release from them. They've done a great job with this volume. It's a larger trim size than they typically have for their releases, and it does have French flaps on the inside. It has a matte cover, nice thick stock for the cover, and the interior paper is fantastic as well. It's a really well put together volume, and again, horror fans, you do not want to miss this one. Pick up a copy
that talks
from
about gamer problems, and he gave that question and I couldn't answer it myself. I wanted to see if you could have.
I'm pretty sure I think I can answer that question, but it's just that you just got... Well, you did kind of give me an example, but I think I need a deeper, more example. But I'll see if I can answer that after this.
Starfruitbooks.com. Thank you so much to Starfruit for sending me one. I haven't gotten a chance to read it just yet, but I am very excited to get into it. Moving on to the second week, on the 9th, we start off with a release from Viz Media, Pokemon Adventures Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. This is the full volume edition. The way, if you're not familiar, the way that Viz does the Pokemon releases, they start with these 5-volume, like half-volume editions, and then they release them later in these full $10 volumes, but now the price has hiked up to $11.99 each. This is the first of 3 that follow the 3 Hoenn Pokedex holders as they help stop the crisis of a meteor hurtling towards their home. There will be 3 of these volumes, and then I'm going to say maybe by the end of this year, we should get into the next series, which is going to be Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I think there are 6 volumes of that one, and then there are 7 volumes of Sword and Shield, and that would bring us then to the currently ongoing Pokemon Adventure series in Japan, which of course is Scarlet Violet, which started in August of 2023. I can give you the video. All right, moving on to a couple of 7 Seas books. We start off with White Mage Doesn't Want to Raise the Hero's Level. This is an
myself, LOL, face with tears of joy.
Fine. Insane to me.
Isekai fantasy about a character who is summoned into another world and meets the level 20 white mage Sheena, who immediately falls in love with him. However, once he completes this quest, he will be transported home, so Sheena decides that she's going to dress lewdly so that he can't pay attention to his battles and won't level up. Then we got Soloist in a Cage Volume 3. This is the final volume of this noir fantasy type series that I highly recommend. I've loved the first 2 volumes. If you haven't checked it out yet,
Trevor Grant.
Okay.
K.
Recommend it. It is only 3 volumes, so it's not a huge commitment. Then from Digital Manga Publishing, or DMP, we have Romeo. This is a BL that follows Koyo, a lichen with extremely potent pheromones that allow him to seduce any beastman except for Jade. When he tries to seduce Jade, he refuses to give in, so what will Koyo have to do to have Jade fall for him? And then we end the second week with another BL from Sublime, Daisy Jealousy. This is a single volume BL about a video game designer who meets a rival who is better than him in almost every way, and then romance buds between them.
If you ever tried asking questions to ChatGPT for research,
Moving on to the 16th, this is the middle week of the month. We start off with a really exciting one, something that's one of my most anticipated this month, Tokyo These Days from Taiyo Matsumoto. If you know me, you know the channel, you know that I love Taiyo Matsumoto and all of his works, and we have a new one coming from him this month. This follows Kazuo Shiozawa, who's just quit his job as a manga editor after 30 years, but he's drawn back into the world of manga due to a creator he used to edit for who refuses to work with anyone else. The series ended in Japan last summer with a total of 3 volumes, so I don't know what the release schedule is going to be on this one in English, but I would suspect that we might see the last volume by the end of the year. And they've been giving a lot of focus to Taiyo Matsumoto, so we do have more of his stuff, such as the reprint of Go-Go Monster coming out later this year, and I would expect that we get more Matsumoto announcements as we go forward. Also from Biz's signature line comes Steeled Celestial Shadows. This one follows a down-and-out samurai in the 19th century who's under a curse that distorts any metal that gets near him. It's said that a samurai's spirit rests in his sword, but with his curse, Konosuke can't even pick one up, so he decides to end it all. However, a mysterious and beautiful woman saves his life and soul, beginning Konosuke's journey into a magic world. This one sounds great. The artwork looks fantastic. I'm very excited to get into it. And I've got a big one that's wrapping up from the Viz signature line this month. Golden Kamuy Volume 31. If you know me, you know that this is one of my favorite series. I love Golden Kamuy so much, and we're finally getting the last volume, Volume 31. This series has absolutely everything in it: action, comedy. It's a gourmet series with a lot of like food-related stuff. It's got adventure. It's got drama. It's got violence. Anything you could want in a manga, Golden Kamuy has it. Just be aware of the fact that it is very mature, and it does have a lot of mature situations in it. Sometimes situations played off for comedic sake, but I love Golden Kamuy, and if you haven't gotten into it yet, final volume's coming out this month, and it is the perfect time to jump in. Then we've got a new omnibus from Kodansha, King in Limbo Omnibus Volume 1. This is the first of 3 omnibus editions collecting this story that takes place 8 years after a sickness known as the Sleep took the lives of millions. A procedure that involves diving into patients' memories ended the pandemic, but the sickness has
read out the link.
returned, and now Petty Officer Adam Garfield must forego retirement to coax back the mysterious man known by codename King, who helped to cure the sleep the first time around. Then also coming from Kodansha is Gachiakuda. This is one I know a lot of people are looking forward to. It comes from a former assistant of Atsushi Okubo, the creator of Soul Eater and Fire Force. This story takes place in a floating town where the rich cast their trash off the sides into an abyss. We follow Rudo, who lives in the slums of this town and is wrongfully convicted of murder, leading to him being exiled from the floating town into the abyss, where humans cast off waste that has bred into vicious...
Samurai. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I don't post on Pinterest. I never have.
Monsters.
Oh wait, no, that's a lie. I have done postings for companies at the time way in 2017, but I stopped doing that because that died off.
In order to attempt to get vengeance on those who cast him off, Rudo must master a new power and join a group called the Cleaners, who battle the monsters. That one sounds fantastic. I can't wait to read it. I know a lot of people are very excited about that one. It's probably one of the biggest releases of this month. Another one from Kodansha is Shaman King Flowers Volume 6. This is the final volume of this sequel series to the original Shaman King that follows Yo and Anna's son, Hana Asakura. If you're a fan of Shaman King, this feels just like going back to the classic series. It's a lot of fun, and an anime adaptation is coming out pretty soon. At 6 volumes, it's pretty short, so fans of the series, jump on in, grab that one. It's a perfect time to get it with it wrapping up this month. Then from 7 Seas, we've got a single volume BL called Love a Kitten and a Salty Dog, about a veterinarian who works near the entertainment district who falls for a college student who brings in a kitten he finds on the streets. Then from Tokyo Pop, we've got an 18+ BL called Never Let Go, about a rich kid kicked out of his elite school and transferred to a mixed-gender high school where everyone but the student council president is quick to befriend him. I wonder what, is going to happen between him and the student council president, And one more 18+ BL coming from Tokyo Pop, Send Them a Farewell Gift for the Lost Time. This is another single volume about a character who walks away from his 4-year relationship with his partner, but every time they run into one another, they wind up sleeping with each other before going right back into fighting. Is the relationship doomed to fail, or do they need to come at it from another angle? Now, before we move on to the 4th and penultimate week of the month, word from the sponsor of the video, Walt's Comic Shop. Now, this stuff, if you live in the States, we have plenty of options of where to shop. We've got Crunchyroll store, InStockTrades.com, Amazon, all kinds of different places, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million. We have plenty of options of where we can get these books for great prices. But if you're outside of the States, it's not always as easy to find great retailers to buy your stuff from. And if you're in the EU, Walt's Comic Shop is a fantastic place for you to buy your manga releases from. Walt's Comic Shop has a wide selection of not just manga releases, but also Western comic releases from publishers like Marvel, DC, Image Comics, etc. So if you'd like to try out some stuff like Spider-Man or Batman, you can go ahead and get that from Walt's Comic Shop as well. They have fantastic service, great ratings online, and great...
You hate them with all your being. By the end of the night, you're sleeping with them.
You hate yourself.
Shipping that you can count on their, you getting those books from them in great condition. So check out Walt's Comic Shop at waltzcomicshop.com, or you can go into their brick and mortar store located in Berlin, Germany. And if you use the code TheOmnibusCollector at checkout, you'll get free shipping on your first order of €40 or more being shipped within the EU. Now, moving on to the 23rd, the penultimate week of this month, we start off with a new one from Tokyo Pop, Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix, Crushing Love. This is a prequel to the Netflix animated series that came out a few months ago, featuring alter egos of various Ubisoft characters. I know Rayman's in there. I haven't watched it myself, but I do know that Rayman's in there.
Bro, you gave me hope. What the fuck is happening? What is happening? I swear to God.
Before leaving the oppressive Eden Mega Corporation to join a band of rebel outcasts, Dolph Laserhawk uses VR tech to relive his memories of his love affair with criminal mastermind Alex Taylor. Moving forth, we get from 7 Seas, My Boss is a Giant. He manages my every need with enormous skill, the complete collection.
What the fuck is this? What is happening?
Jack and Thep 2393. Quick question: when people cheat after you break up with them, do they end up having a relationship with the person that they cheated on you with? Ryaga Samurai.
Yes and no.
You buy soft?
Yes and... I'll answer that. We're at the end of this video. We only got, what, 5 minutes left. I'll answer all these questions. 1 is the traits thing. 2, it's that relationship. And 3, I'll answer Ari.
This is an all-in-one spicy workplace rom-com about Natsumi and her boss Samejima, who confesses his feelings for her. She's overwhelmed seeing the vulnerable side of this giant of a man, but is excited to see more of it. So if you are into spicy rom-coms, this is going to be one for you to pick up. All 300 plus pages in one place. Also from 7 Seas, we've got modern dungeon capture starting with broken skills. 4 years ago, dungeons suddenly appeared all over the world, sparking conflict for the resources within.
My God.
A salaryman named Mizuki arrives at his new workplace to discover it's been transformed into one of these dungeons. He enters the dungeon to rescue anyone who may be stuck inside, realizing it's a dungeon straight out of a video game. Mizuki finds a fairy in the dungeon and, using his new mysterious skill book, saves her from being eaten by goblins. He then sets out along with the fairy to clear out all of these modern dungeons. This is based on a light novel, by the way. And then we get Higurashi When They Cry Meguri. The next few are going to be from Yen Press, by the way. This is a new Higurashi series which takes Rika and Satoko to St. Lucia Academy. Rika begins to fall in with a group of refined young ladies, making Satoko feel isolated. The gap between the two friends continues to widen, leading Satoko to desperately do the unthinkable.
Oh shit.
Says, do you draw with your shoulder?
Yes, you have to draw with your shoulder. If you draw with your wrist, you'll fuck up your wrist, and then you also...
The guy that your girl cheating on you with, she doesn't even like. Just imagine that. I could never.
There's a psychological reason why that happens. I'll explain why.
This will be 4 volumes in total. Side note, I'm not really familiar enough with the Higurashi franchise, but I know that there are 3 pre-Higurashi Go single-volume arcs that have never been released in English.
Oh God, please don't bring
currently
up
Destroyed,
fingers.
Healing Heart, and Daytime Breakdown. And I'm just putting that out there to say if anyone knows why those 3...
I'll answer that question in like 5, 6, 7, 8. In 3 minutes, I'm doing a video real quick, and I'll answer that question.
What do you mean with your shoulder?
I think that's your name.
Have not been released in English, let me know. Because like I said, I'm not super familiar with the franchise enough. I've read a little bit, but I'm not familiar enough to know why those haven't been released in English. Anyway,
just rated the channel
moving on, the next one from Yen Press is Witch Life in a...
Oh snap, let's go!
Says, all right, appreciate.
Most of my heart is sketched.
Let's go with the raid. Hey guys.
This one follows 2 C-rank witches, Madge and Lilia.
Let's go.
YOH show.
That's so awesome.
Hands.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Yo ho ho ho.
Yo ho ho.
Twitches _hands 69.
Oh, hold on.
Yo ho ho ho.
We're right now we're just about to finish
Raiga
up this video,
Samurai.
so we're gonna.
Let's go.
Let's see.
Who scrape by doing bottom of the barrel jobs so that they can afford their 99 square foot apartment and cabbage for dinner, but they are getting serious about wanting to improve their lives so they can afford a pet, grimoires, and meat. Then we've got Bride of the Barrier Master.
Okay, just to let everyone know, those who are here, we're doing a video, a reaction video right now of anime recommendations for those who are here. If you want to see the video, but those who already came in, you're seeing it now. There's a little video right next to me if you guys are watching from Twitch or whatever. We're just doing a reaction. We're about to finish in 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll answer everyone's questions. But yo ho ho, thank you for those who came in. Thank you, Ultra. I do appreciate it, my bro. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it very much. So. And after that, we'll play some Genshin after.
Hana is from a branch family to one of the 5 barrier-weaving magical clans who protect and support Japan. However, she's always an afterthought to her parents compared to her talented twin sister. Her true potential awakens at 15, and she decides to keep her powers a secret from everyone, including her family, so she can live a peaceful life. However, the head of the elite Ichinomiya clan is looking for a bride and has his eyes on her. And then we've got 2 final volumes coming from Yen Press this month. Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop Volume 3 and The Deer King Volume 2. So if you're a fan of either of those movies, these manga adaptations are both coming to an end, and with just 3 volumes and 2 volumes respectively, pretty easy things to want to pick up.
No problem, Captain. I do appreciate you, bro. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Ultra. Thank you guys coming in. Sorry you guys coming up the far end of this, but we're going to be playing some Genshin in a little bit, so if you guys want to stick around for that, just hold on. And soon I'll have to restart the stream, but I will have to answer some questions.
I read this, it was amazing.
Nice,
Ultra Instinct _bot.
Go into the final week of January, just 2 new releases to talk about here. First up is the second Cells at Work omnibus from Kodansha, collecting volumes 4 through 6. That does wrap up the original Cells at Work series. And they haven't mentioned if they're going to do any of the other Cells at Work titles in Omnibus Edition. The biggest one, of course, would be Cells at Work Black, that has, I believe, 8 volumes total. So as of now, we're done with the Cells at Work Omnibus line. Then we've got Easygoing Territory Defense by the Optimistic Lord, coming from 7 Seas. This is a fantasy isekai based on the light novel of the same name, about the son of a noble who remembers his past life as a salaryman in Japan at just 2 years old.
Optimistic.
SQUID1, SQUID2, SQUID2,
He's considered a child prodigy until he displays production magic at 8 years old because his
SQUID2, SQUID4.
family favors offensive magic, and this means his crafting skills are considered useless in battle and he's banished to a tiny country town. With his worthless magic, can he improve the fortunes of his little village? We'll have to tune in to find out. So that's everything that I'm talking about for the month of January. A lot of really cool stuff that I'm very excited about. A lot of new series starting that I've been really anticipating. So let me know in the comments down below what you're excited about picking up as far as everything I mentioned in this video, and let me know what stuff you're picking up in January that I did not mention in this video. And if there's something that you're curious about now that you didn't know about before watching this, let me know in the comments. I'm always curious to hear what I can help turn people onto. With that, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're new to the channel, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope it was informative and entertaining, and I hope that you'll consider hitting that subscribe button and tuning into the upcoming videos that I have throughout this month and throughout the rest of this new year. And if you're returning, you know that I appreciate you every time you come and spend time with me, and I will see all of you on the next one. Peace out.
All right, that's done. Okay, that's okay. Good. That's the Omnibus Collector. Thank you for that. Some of them were something I'll never read at all, but you know, it's different, and you know, it is what it is. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. You guys enjoy this and all your stuff. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, now since that's gone, let me answer the questions that everyone was asking me. Okay, number 1, I'm going to answer Gang because he's going to be the fastest, the easiest to answer. So the one thing with drawing with your whole arm is that make sure that actually the only thing I'll say is just keep doing it as a habit, like make it a habit to keep drawing with your whole arm, because the reason why you want to draw with your whole arm is because not only that you are avoiding injury to your arm and bad habits, but also it will prevent you from having stiff drawings, believe it or not. Using your arm to do your drawings, like using your whole arm to do your drawings, will give you more of a gestural pull than you would if you use your wrist, because it'll be too small and short, and then you have these drawings that are too
Arian. It also makes the sketch look more fluid-like as well.
Yeah, it makes the sketch a lot more fluid than it should. So like that actually helps a lot. So that's why you should always make sure to do the drawing with your whole arm. That's the only true reason to keep that genuine energy going. So you don't want to do this. Like, you don't want to go around and be doing like, you don't want to be like, right? You want to go and use your whole arm. It's a lot more believable when you use your whole arm instead of using just your wrist, because it stops too much and there's more of a actual pull. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want to do when you're doing these things. So yeah, drawing with your arm is the best thing to do for anyone. Now
roses
for
and roses, baby.
For
roses and roses, baby.
For
roses and roses, baby.
Well, someone asked me about a question.
Roses and roses, baby.
About something about
roses
cheating.
and roses, baby.
Thank you, Ryan, for that.
2393. What am I supposed to do if I sketch? I don't really draw, really sketch.
What am I supposed to do if I sketch?
2393. I don't really think drawing with your arm help with that.
It does. It's a fact. Ask any professional, but use your whole arm. You're supposed to use your whole arm. Now, if you're doing something really small, like if you're trying to connect, like say this little piece here, like here, then you can use your wrist because it's not really all that serious. But when it comes to like gestural stuff, you have to use your whole arm. It makes sense. It won't make sense for most people who don't do it because it's going to feel stupid, and you're going to feel stupid doing it. That's what they obviously try to avoid. But if you do it and make it a habit, you'll see a difference. It won't feel as stiff, and it won't be as stiff. Teach, would it be possible?
Jack and Thep 2393. I remember the day I came across this channel.
What am I supposed to do if
2393.
If I sketch? I don't really what? Rewrite that. Teach, would it be possible how to is that answer your question, Gank? Teach, would it be possible how to draw this around her breast? I have a rough idea, but oh, so let me see. Clean up the drawing. I don't have to redraw it. So
Jack and Thep 2393. I sketch my art, I don't draw.
Let's see here. Sketching is a form of drawing. It's just a messier way of getting it done.
Ultra_Twitch_ I am. We'll be lurking and reading some manga.
Okay, gotcha, bro.
Arian. Around her chest and waist area, yet I'm not sure how to do that cause if her waist.
I would have it like this.
Jack and Thep 2393. Most of my drawings, scratch that sketches look much different and a lot of them have pretty bad lines.
That's fine. It's sketching. You're not supposed to, when you're doing a sketch, it's all about it being messy and gestural. It doesn't really matter about accuracy. That's why it's not called line art. Line art is more of, the gesture is in a place where it can be line arted because you're confident that the lines can be connected in a way that makes it seem a lot more cleaner, and you don't have to keep oh shit, I put on the same, like dumbass, put on the same thing.
Says since it's a crop top, would her chest be slightly refined?
No, actually you just put some lines here and then since it's like that, and then shirt. Remember the gravity.
Jack and Thep 2393. Don't forget my other question.
Which question was it again? You just rewrite it. think I asked like 3 questions, but I'm not sure if that other one was even real. Rewrite it, and I'll answer it.
Ariane. What about that little divot in her neck that connects the fist?
Oh, you're talking about here. Depending on what it looks like.
Jackanthep 2393. Once people cheat after you break up with them, do they end up having a relationship with the person they cheated on you with?
Yes, but they don't usually last together because it's more like they don't really tend to last together because once they know, and this is the funniest thing about when people cheat.
Yet I wasn't sure how to connect that exactly cause of the way her neck is positioned.
Let me see, let me see the arm. Yeah, you can't, like, they don't last long most cases. It's not like it doesn't happen, but they don't really, if they get married, they eventually get divorced. Or if they don't get married, they don't stay together long. 9 times out of 10, they don't even get married because they're now under assumption that, you ever heard the saying, there's no honor amongst thieves? So what's happening is that even though they may have, whether the party knew or, well, if the person knew that they're cheating with their significant other on you with someone else, if that person knows alongside your significant other, then they're not gonna last long. If they did not know, then they may not know, and they may get married and stuff till they realize, and that's gonna make the marriage even more worse if they get married. Because now that they know their partner was a cheater towards someone and was cheating on them with someone else without realizing
Would I put a couple of wrinkles near the arm that is hidden behind the leg that's kicked up since her shirt is kind of moving?
Yes, because there is a form of tension that's happening here. Like, the reason why is because it's like, if I know you're a cheater, you're a person who betrays people, or you double cross people, I'm going to make sure on my behalf that either I don't really involve myself with you, but if I do, I have some form of insurance policy so you don't, like, kind of ruin me or try to ruin me like you did your significant other or someone you know.
2393. I love you guys, are pretty good artists.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. But like it's like that. So if I know that you're a cheater and you cheat on like, even if they was in cahoots together of cheating, if they're like a friend of yours who's cheating with your girlfriend or something, they're not going to last long because they now know that they're not trustworthy people. They know this. So 9 times out of 10, even if they pretend to like each other, they're not going to get along because they're eventually going to fight. They're eventually going to have issues because they have trust issues within themselves with each other because they cheated with one another.
Says it's rare that they make up too.
It's very rare they actually make up and stay wholesome. They usually stay extremely toxic, and they end up hurting one another on a physical level because now they know they're both a cheater. So they'll cheat back to the other person. Or they'll just want, like, it is what it is. That's how, this is why when a cheater cheats with someone and they know of it, like a form of affair, they don't last long. They never do. And if they get to if they even get to marriage, they end up divorcing eventually too. And actually it's proven, if you
Sorry to interrupt, Teach, but with the way her neck is, would I sort of show the shirt wrapping around her neck a little bit?
Actually, no. If the shirt is loose, I would have the shirt be like drooping off. Depending on how loose the shirt is, if the shirt is loose, I will have it droop because of the gravity. It won't really hang on if there's a strap or something. So let's just say it was like one of those 80s, like with the shoulder thing. It'll flop.
Womp womp.
So like what's going to happen in the long run is that if things are just not going to work out for those individuals. This is why when people cheat, they're just fucking themselves in the long run.
Ariane.
And end up being alone.
I foreshorten her sleeve to right.
And even if they
Since
don't,
her arm is already foreshortened.
Even if they don't be alone, they become alone. Well, if they don't become alone physically, they're alone mentally and emotionally. Because they know deep down what they did is wrong, so they'll always have this hollow husk, this hollow husk slash weight in their chest, because they can't trust themselves or the person they cheated with, so they'll never be at peace. This is why when you live a lie, people tend to have a mental breakdown after a while, or they start doing more destructive things to distract from the nonsense. So like if you have a terrible like relationship with your parents, you're more likely to drink. If you don't argue with them and you let them, like if you have a terrible relationship with your parents, you're going to use substance abuse.
Where did you meet your girlfriend? I've been single for a year now. It's starting to get to me.
I found her online. Let me see. I'll show foreshorten her sleeve too. Right. This is before I became Artextrist. So like I foreshortened her sleeve, right? Since her arm is already formed.
Says you found your girl online.
Yep. Is that really that shocking? It's pretty a common thing for most people now. Pretty normal now. Compared to like, I don't know, 2010. And it's also proven if you end up living with your significant other before, if you start living with your significant other before marriage, you just cranked up your divorce rate up to like 50%. Which is very odd to hear for most people. But it's actually true. The more likely you're living with someone before marriage, you're more likely to divorce higher. So I'm not saying you won't divorce. It's just that you just up your ante of divorcing.
Ariane. Yeah, I asked about that sleeve part cause given the way her arm is with the fist, I wasn't sure if I should shorten her sleeve down and show only a very little piece of the shirt connecting from her neck to her arm with the fist.
It ultimately depends.
Lot of words, sorry.
It ultimately depends on how loose you want the shirt to be.
Ryaga Samurai. No, that's not unusual. People date online nowadays.
Yeah. And they do like long distance and all that shit, so. Which I wouldn't recommend long distance, to be honest. It's just too much work.
Ariane. I was going to draw it like the way it was on the reference.
You can. So like if you want to do that, you can just leave that alone and not make it like, you can just have it. You can have this, it's going to wrap around. So like you don't have to, if you're going to have it like you have in the reference, it's going to look like this. Like that, right? It's going to curve. It's not like it's not going to curve because it's cloth. It's not like it's not going to conform to whatever it's doing. It's not going to restrict the person. It's just going to look really womped like this. And then remember, you have to make sense that the clothes are falling, so all the clothes up top will be matted on the skin, and everything else that is not, that's coming down, will be loose by default. Right, and then for the breasts,
Says, did you say the clothes were falling? Good to know, I couldn't tell.
Yes, because the outfit is loose. It's a crop top. It's going to be more open. Actually, given how short it is, depending on how short it is.
Every time you draw, I get the strong urge to draw with you, but in the back of my mind, I know my drawing isn't gonna come anywhere close to how good yours is.
Well, that's why you should draw with me then. That's even more reason to draw, because if it gets you to want to draw, it will inform you to want to improve. See, the point is not to be perfect on the first try, especially if you've drawn in a while. The point is to feel the motivation to do it because it makes you happy to do it. It has to make you happy first. Comparing it to me, to what I would do every day, compared to you who just probably does it once in every blue moon, it's not the same. This is why when Ari asked me the question, I know you wasn't around at this time, but when Ari asked me the question,
draw with teach, he won't bite.
I won't bite. Trust me. See, the thing is
it possible to also ask you to show how to draw the wrinkles on her sleeves as well?
Yes, I'll do that.
I get confused with tension wrinkles.
Okay.
Jack 2393. I do it about like 3 times a week.
That's even more reason. So like good. Like if you do it 3 times a week, that's better than not doing it at all. So like this is what I tell students all the time. I know people's lives are busy.
Stream elements. Thank you for following IRINA444NNA.
Hey, Irina.
Smiley
I've
face.
been running into a lot of girls with the name Irina. I don't know why. I'm not saying that you're a girl. I don't know if you identify as, but I'm saying like I've been running ever since I started Artextric. I've been running into girls with the name Irina. Don't know why. So is this a sign? So yeah. So like the point is that
Says I was going to draw a sweater, but decided that would be a bit tricky.
I think the sweater will be much easier because all you have to do is just you just have to keep the gravity in place.
Gonjal. WEL, you know me from before Teach TwitchCon hype.
Yeah.
Ryaga Samurai. Weird coincidence.
It's like you know me like it's like destroy the angel. Well, you know me from before Teach. Did you change your name? He's a destroy angel. I think I remember you, but like if I change your name, did you change your name again? Some people keep changing the name and doing that.
Says all I know, am trying to get out of my comfort zone for better challenge.
That's good. That's not bad. But like this is why when Ari asked me the question, if I were to compare her skills, I'm comparing her skills to the other students. So she said, rated from a scale of 1 to 10, and I gave her a 5. And Soul, who is another student who's not here with us today, he usually is in the stream once in a while.
Jack and Theb 2393.
I put him at a 6.5.
My turtle Rex is so cute, but sometimes I wonder if he's dumb.
But I put him at 6.5 over Ari, and she was upset. But I explained to her why, because I'm comparing based on skill level, understanding, and fundamentals. With Soul, he has more fundamental understanding than Ari, but he's been there longer than she has, so he has more experience on how I teach him compared to she, or so. And as I explained it to her at first, she was feeling kind of like attacked, but I did give her understanding.
I have to go back to basics.
It's all about going back to basics. He does it all the time. So whenever like what Ari does is the same thing what he does. He's just been doing it longer than she, so that's why he has more.
Says I just came back. What's going on?
I'm just doing a quick lesson, but and then they asked me if I were to compare my skills, what am I from a scale of 1 to 10, and I said out of 3, or I think 4 or 3. I think it was a 3 or 4. I think it was 3, and it was like, wait, what? How does that make any sense? And I'm like, remember, I'm not comparing myself to my students. I'm comparing myself to my other peers who draws as well as I do in my skill level. So I'm not comparing myself to my students. The reason why they're my students is because they're either lacking something I can teach them for them to get to where I'm at or higher. So I'm not looking
he's
at
doing a rough sketch of a crop top. I almost did the sweater, but am pushing myself to new challenges.
So
Stream elements.
the thing is that I'm not
Thank you
comparing.
for following T the Destoy and Gonjal.
I'm not.
Smiley
Oh,
face.
thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. I'm not comparing them to me, because that would just be an asshole thing to do. That doesn't make any sense. It's like comparing a baby to an adult. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make much sense to do that.
2393. I might draw when you're playing Genshin.
Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. As long as it gets you guys motivated to do something positive and constructive, I have no issue. Whether it's me playing game or me doing artwork.
Be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation and /cash app.
So that's why in most cases I would I teach the way I do, because I have to look at it as, who am I talking to, what is your drawing skills, where you at, where you want to be, what do you want to do, and what is your goal. So I have an idea of what I'm dealing with, so I can give you the right information you need, or so.
Ariane. Sorry, I didn't mean to get defensive.
No,
a lot
it's
of
fine.
people compare me to them and say they're better, so I'm sensitive. It's a little scary. Teach understands
No,
emotions so well.
It's normal, because as humans we're very narcissistic. It is what it is. I'm a narcissist. I'm an ego narcissist. I'm a narcissist at a certain extent. I think we all are in some small, either a big way or small way. I know I'm in a medium-sized way, but like, that's why we don't like hearing, like, the girl who's overweight doesn't want to hear she's overweight. The dude who's short doesn't want to hear that he's short. The dude who's
Says at my age I shouldn't be a crybaby.
You know what I'm saying? So it makes total sense on why you're responding. It was kind of expected. I was kind of surprised that you didn't.
2393. I would try with you now, but you're almost done.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost done, but More, are you still here? I don't think she's here. I'll probably answer her question next time when she's in. I don't think she's in here. Great stuff. So like, this is what I would always do. I was kind of surprised that you didn't get upset. I was kind of expecting for you to get upset. I didn't expect you, but I didn't think you was going to respond the way you did, but it was also expected at the same time, because when I said it, I didn't think it was an issue till after the fact. Usually people respond almost instantly. I usually get an instant response with, this is why I have you guys pay instead of you guys telling me for free, because this is exactly why I have you guys.
Should I draw the crop top the same width as her waist, or more to the size of her chest?
2393.
I don't think so.
It's truly up to you.
I don't really think so, because I don't think it's important. I rather my content be my face than me showing my face. I have no real problem showing my face, and people have seen my face before from the reflection sometimes on my stream, but like, that's just very few people. But the point is that
says I asked it cause her crop top is kind of small.
Oh, are we still on the crop top? I thought we were doing the sweater. Oh, never mind. But no, I don't think I'll do one till I get to a certain amount of followers and learn what happened and make sure I don't fall in the same pitfall as
Starlight Luna. Hello.
As
your face cute, not gonna lie.
As what do you call it? What's his name? Dream.
Says what program we're using.
Clips through your paint. The real Mario. Hello. Thank you.
Says how long you've been drawing for.
I've been drawing since I was 6.
Says him doing the crop top. Sorry about the confusion, Teach.
Jackinthep 2393. Dream.
I've been drawing since I was 6, but I didn't take it seriously till I was 23, 24. I'm 29 now.
Raiga Samurai. Hi Starlight Luna.
It was not my intention to be an artist like that. I wanted to work on games, and I'm still working on my, like, I was been really thinking about going back
Says
to school.
I only use Autodesk
for my science degree. I would like to go back to school, either for psychology again or for my
Starlight Luna. I've seen your face once when you had some problems with streaming. You remember that?
I think so. But I remember, it's like, oh fuck, I'm having a blank.
Says is this a character you using?
Oh no, this is a lesson for a student. So they had a they had an issue with a drawing here. So like, this was their drawing, and they wanted me to explain to them how they get, how they get this drawing to look correct.
Have you ever considered drawing anime characters for games that they put on like the App Store like anime games?
I have, but I have to work on my portfolio, and that's one of my reasons why I
Says
think...
I never can get that pose right.
Jackinthep 2393.
Actually, yeah, I'm working on my...
BRB.
Because I'm working to be a character designer as a side thing. I want to work on games, but like... I would rather work for indie titles instead of for a AAA. I want to see how that goes. So they wanted me to show them how to draw this. So I did do that by giving them, because they
Says how
circled
it
it.
take for you to get good at drawing from shoulder.
It depends on the individual.
Says I have.
That
I
pose
struggle
wasn't
on the
too tough
pussies.
until Teach explained the bow and arrow method.
So like here, you have to have the understanding of not perspective, but gestural movement and the 8 fundamentals. But right now, just gestural movement is what it's needed for this to work, and then the kinetic energy from the gesture that is needed in itself.
Fluidity.
Yeah, the fluidity within the gestural movement. Now,
Says he'll post mine so you see what I mean.
actually, no, I do that for students because a lot of people do this. They come to me and say, can I show you my work? And then they'll ask me for their criticism. And then when I give it to them, they get angry. Depending on my criticism and what they should work on. This is why I make them students, because if they're paying, they can't say I'm bullshitting them. So I would rather you become a student if you want me to look at your stuff, if that's what you're asking.
Says I was confused about this until he showed me a method.
Yeah, like this. Okay, she said we're doing the crop top again, yeah? These are the crop top, right?
Says how do you become a student?
You just become a TikTok subscriber. It's $2.99 a month.
Says
I
yes.
teach anything from how to draw, anatomy, and color theory, perspective, and all that stuff. Okay, like that. Ari's one of my students. I have about the subscribers that are here. Those are my 9 students that I teach that are paying this month. Okay, so the most important thing is to make sure that that the crop top is being seen. And the one thing that can happen is that if the crop top is like here, because remember, the crop top is a one whole, it's just literally a cloth on top of the breast.
Like I said before, it was mainly around her neck area that confused me a bit.
Oh, so like...
Jackinthep 2393.
There's not much...
I'm ready to draw.
Alright. There's not much to really worry about too much, because given that it's up to the shoulder like this, and this is, I'm drawing it exactly how it's... Make it a little bit more. Like that. And then we put another one like this. Because remember, we have to make sense of the gravity. And because the arm, the tension is coming in here and here. Because there's the compression of like, it's the compression of like this sleeve onto this shirt. Right? So the compression will have some wrinkles here. Like this.
Says, does that mean I draw tension lines near her
Jackinthep
shoulder?
2393.
Yes.
I had my sketchbook for about 3 years. It's somewhere in my house. It has 0 papers left for me to draw on notebook paper. It is.
Well, you'll benefit more if you do it traditionally, so that's good. You don't have to use digitally to follow what I teach. So that's good. There we go. Like that. Okay. And then we need to make bumps here the bumps are going to be right here to solidify the breasts. We don't
Stream
want it to be
elements.
too slick.
Thank you
too
for
slow.
following Denny Shrish.
Says with the rest of
Smiley
her crop
face.
top be loose around her back.
No, actually, it won't be loose. It will be flattened
Jack and
because
Thep
remember.
Says really, girl, I've been trying so
My
hard
digital
to master
tablet
this
is right
pose.
next to me.
Because
I can use it if I need to.
Because since she's falling down, everything on top is falling down. So, like, let's just say there was a leaf falling like 1, 2, 3, and a leaf fell on her head. The leaf will be like this, right? Right on top of her head. Let's say another leaf fell on her fist. Right about here.
Jack and Theb 2393.
Right? So think of it
I have
like
a G.
I have UG or I think you mean urge. And then like let's say another leaf fell, but it fell on the side of the leg like this, but on an ankle. It'll be like that, right?
Says gotcha. That was hard to spot cause her leg was thrown up.
So like
Jack and Theb
because
2393.
of that tilt.
No.
Because of that tilt down, this complete tilt, the shirt on the back will just rest normally. Maybe it might have a bunch, it might bunch up a
Jack
little
and
bit,
Theb 2393.
but it's gonna rest pretty well
That's
on that
the kind
back.
of tracker I have for my digital.
Tracker? Right, and then and there you go. And there, here.
Ariane. Would I add a couple of tension lines near the breast as well? Jack and Theb 2393.
More of
he
pipe
was quiet
folds.
for a second there. God mode 779.
I was quiet for
Hello.
You put more like pipe folds if you pipe lines if you like okay, so like pipe folds are like pipes.
Ariane. Pipe folds.
So
God
pipe
mode
folds
779.
are basically folds
Are you
that looks
tired?
like. No, I'm fine. So pipe folds are basically if you take a line like this. If I went like this, and I just made some lines like this. They're pipes. They look like pipes. It's like what you put on a skirt. So like if a skirt was going like this.
Jack and Theb 2393. Yes, I am.
Or a cape. You can see it as like a cape. They're pipe folds. That will, because it's like if you put a pipe, like a literal pipe, on a cloth, it would just sit there like that. So if I put like a literal pipe like this, and then I put a cloth on it, it would just go down. So it's like a pipe fold. So like boom, 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 boom. I can do all this all I want, and then all I need to do is have a certain tension point that goes to that. Here it looks like a cloth, like that, or a clams, or a clam, or look like cloth or clam would be the one. It depends on which one you look at. So
Says Hala, those lines look pretty fun to sketch out.
yeah. But yeah, here there's a sense of, I wouldn't say tension, but there is lines here indicating that there's a fold that's falling down, right? Like there's a slant happening. There's a form of slant that is happening. And it depends how small
Says
the...
to show it's flowing kind of.
Yeah, it's like that, but you don't want it to stretch too hard because it can look really strange. Oh yeah, what did Mario say? Really, girl, I've been trying so hard to master this pose.
Jackanthep2393. I'm going to send a picture of one of my recent drawings on the Discord.
Okay.
Jackanthep2393. Are there any things I should change?
I'll give you a freebie, Jack, and also I'll give you a freebie, Mario, if you're still here.
Says well, this is a fighting pose.
So, it really depends on how you look at it. Okay. So it really depends on how you make this. So it's gonna take some time to learn something like this because
Says no worries, that's why I am practicing.
yeah. All right. Let's see here. You said you sent something to the Discord? Unless you can message me the drawing itself on the Discord, Jack. You know where you put it? Those are some amazing drawings.
Jackanthep2393. I just sent it to Art.
Okay, let me see. Social media art. Oh, that's Chloe.
Ariane. Thanks, Teach. That's something I've dabbled with a little practice, so I'm retouching my weak spots.
Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. You'll eventually get where you need to be. You see you put in art? You're not traditional artist. No, not that one.
Ariane. Yeah, he said he put it in art.
Is it an artwork? Cause I'm in the
Jackanthep2393.
I'm in the Discord. I'm looking. I can't.
SWMG.
I don't see anything in the other rooms.
Jackanthep2393. Abbreviations for my name.
You can just send me the picture on Discord. No worries. That's why I'm practicing. Okay. I think I answered everyone's questions so far. I'm gonna answer Jack's question, but did I answer anyone else's questions?
Jackanthep2393. I'm not sure how to send it to you.
Okay. You don't know how to send message? Okay. Send me your Discord name and number. You can send me on Instagram if you like. You don't want to put it in the chat. Okay, let's see how we can get away with this. Okay, so
Says maybe ask him to message it to you in messages.
Shadow Wizard, money, gang. I'm definitely changing that. I don't know why I put that as it.
I think I didn't press any buttons. That was important. Okay. Shadow Wizard. Definitely changing that. I don't know why I put thing. Wait, which name? What? Wait, which one is it? Is it Shadow? Is it the whole thing? Like, I'm not really sure.
Jackanthep 2393. Where are the period is the first one.
Oh, so Money Gang. Is that what that's the name? Just to be clear. So I got it right, so I don't have to ask twice.
Jackanthep 2393. Loudly crying face, yes.
Okay. Just making sure. All right. And what is the number? Because you have to have a number. Okay, here.
Jackanthep 2393. 561 480 0860.
I'm sure that's right. I don't like too many numbers.
Says Teach, would it be possible to show that sketch real quick? I didn't get a pic of her arm.
Hold on. Hold on.
Says no problem.
Okay. On my leg. Pin save. Who the fuck? Okay.
Jackanthep 2393. What do you mean by number?
Okay. You said you're using Discord, correct?
Jackanthep 2393
Says got it, thanks.
Yes.
Okay. You know, I'll just give you mine. Fuck it. Just give you mine. Okay. Did you get it?
Ariane. This sounds confusing.
I guess he's not there. Okay, so let's get this party started. So I guess we're pretty much done for today. At this point.
Jackanthep 2393.
Oh, you're still here. Okay, good.
I am.
I gave you my information, so I don't know if you're able to message me on it.
Jackanthep 2393. I was just doing something.
Okay.
Jackanthep2393. So I sent you a message through Discord. Jackanthep2393. I swear I'm stupid.
Okay, this is the beginning of your direct message. Okay. Okay, yes, I see it.
Nightbird. Be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation and /cash app.
Okay. Pretty good stuff, pretty good stuff. Luffy. Okay, that's cool. And I see Ichigo. Hollow Ichigo and the dude Phil, I think his name from Phil or Bob or some shit from Gravity of Gravity Falls. So awesome. So it looks like you're doing a pretty good job. You're starting with the skeleton. That's actually quite impressive.
Jackanthep2393.
Bill.
Bill Cipher.
Bill. That's his name. Billy. Bill. Billy. Okay. Alright, you're doing a good job so far as I see it, but I would oh my. Your perspective is very good. Well, work a little bit on that skeleton's perspective because it's a top-down perspective based on what I'm seeing. So you gotta be very careful because that could be really tricky. Are you familiar with any methods of doing perspectives at all?
Jackanthep2393. Somewhat, and you can tell I messed up so bad on the ribs.
The ribs have some issues, but you construct it well enough to know what we're looking at, so that's a good thing. You did do some good layering. What you need to do is make sure that perspective is intact. So, since this is a top-down perspective, let's just say this is the horizon line. If we're looking down on the individual, that means we're going top. Or, no, I said it wrong. If we're looking... we're down on the individual, what's going to happen? Or, yeah. Okay. Like this.
Says, oh, did he manage to get through to y'all?
Yeah, he did. We're looking at it from a top-bottom perspective. And because we're looking at a top-bottom perspective, that means the horizon line's over the head of your subject, your skeleton. Alright, so it won't be a top, it won't be a middle, it will be over the head of your skeleton. So I would make it into a square.
Says, teacher making me sleepy with the yawning wall.
Sorry. Yes. Okay. And then if I want the character to look down, like look perspective-wise, I put their feet like this. Okay.
Says it's alright. It's late, wear him at 2.
Okay, so arm. Now we're looking down on our subject. Now, what went wrong? Well, this is a more extreme look of that subject, but what we can do. Just do it again. So let's do it your way. 1, 2. The head is right here. And feet about here. But I would do it this way. Because if you go more extreme, you can commit more to it. If you do something more in the middle, it's gonna cause confusion. So like the head here is more slanted. The more, because we see more of this head. So the more slanted this face becomes, the more this head will show. Like this part is supposed to be the shoulders. And given that these are the shoulders, you can see on top of them. Right? And all you have to do is pretty much work with slanting your way down. It's like those buildings, like you draw a building. So like if you're drawing like a building, you have a point here from one point perspective. Put a thing here. And another one here. And like here. And they're all coming from one spot. So yeah, you can keep going with this and make as many cities just from one point. You don't have to make them so close, you can make them far away. You'll be surprised how much you can get away with just 1 point. Perspective, you can actually work with just 1 point. I would just work 1 point for a while and see where that goes. But you did a great job so far. I see no issue with it.
Says what are you drawing exactly?
And I'm just doing a quick response
Jack and
freebie.
2393. Bro, you're really tired.
Yeah.
Jack and 2393. Go lay down.
No, I gotta go do the. I have to play Genshin for the event. Ah, my side. Ah, and as for your thing on the side for the 3/4 quarter. Ah, getting cramp. It's fine. And then like that.
Says, are you okay? You sound stiff.
I'm fine. Okay.
Jack and 2393. Say that again. I didn't hear you. There's something very loud in my ear.
Sorry. So pretty much, I have to go play the Genshin for the event. I have to do it. It's for my agency. So anyway, did I answer everyone's questions? I hope I did.
Says I think so.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, so with that said, I'm going to stop now, guys. I'm going to go and put in Genshin. I got to restart the stream. I'll be right back. We're going to play Genshin till probably maybe the 10 to 11. That's it for like 1 hour because yours truly is I'm getting too old. So with that said, have a great night, guys, and I'll see you guys in 5 to 10 minutes. I have to get everything up and ready so we can play the game with no problems. So I'll be right back, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Says later.